Welcome to attempt number 2 to get quality options. And we succeeded on attempt number 2. So hello, Dr. Padawan. How are you doing? Please report error, failure, processing, standing by. Well, luckily the second attempt succeeded, so we'll just pretend the first attempt never happened, right? All right. So, resuming the work from yesterday. Yes, press any key to continue. As Adam, my friend, likes to say, type hey guys in chat to begin the stream. So hey guys. All right, so I'm continuing from where I left off yesterday. So yesterday I got the client and server ends of my game to close to being able to talk to each other about authenticating the administrator of the game, which is kind of crucial for me to start to add more of the interactions that a lot of them have to do with the administrator. A lot of them require having an administrator, so I want to have that in there. How did that go? Missed the end, so wondering how it went. Oh, we got it working. I'll do a little recap. So, in the client, when we select a file for the admin key, it first goes through the reader service, right, to read the private key. And that's going to end up calling us back, giving us the message admin key loaded, right? Admin key loaded is going to take the content of the file and then parse that as a private key. So I have this nicely put into its own little function. Hey there, 715209, and hey there, Lazy Guru. How are you? So it turned out, I don't know if you saw this or not, but I was unable to use the ring crate in Rust to do the cryptographic functions. It's not working with WebAssembly yet. There's some issue with it. So I decided to have my front end use the JavaScript and web wrappers, essentially, to get to the cryptographic library that comes with the browser. So I learned a little bit about this post-stream, so I can kind of talk about it. I know what JSSys is and what WebSys is and WASM bindgen. So JSSys is sort of like wrappers that are Oh, I'm being raided by that noob. Hey there, that noob. And hello, raiders. Welcome to the stream where we're trying to put Rust into the web browser and mostly succeeding, although it's taken me a while, but I'm learning a lot. So yeah, JSSys that we're using here is a handwritten crate in Rust that you can use, and it gives you like a wrapper around all of the universally available functions and capabilities of any kind of JavaScript environment. So any kind of JavaScript environment is going to have the concepts of a map or an object or a uint8 array. So JSSys gives us sort of a Rust wrapper for that. So it lets us create JavaScript arrays, JavaScript map, JavaScript object from Rust. Yeah, hello, GakBL and that noob. Thank you again for the raid. Hope your stream went well. And Ian Alex Hart, hi. How are you doing? So I can explain now a little bit what I didn't know yesterday, which I just did. So when you see JSSys, we're going through a Rust wrapper to JavaScript. Basically core JavaScript stuff, like that's available in a browser, in Node.js, wherever JavaScript is, right? So we're using that to get to, to put the data that we have, this, the DER, I forget what it stands for, but it's basically the binary of the private key that we're going to be using to do a signature. And we're going to put that into a JavaScript array along with some information about what we're doing and why, and using it to go into the browser, in this case, to ask it to import the data that we gave it as a cryptographic key. So we have to tell things like the format is PKCS8. You can look this stuff up if you don't know what PKCS is. It's just a format for cryptography, like how you store keys and certificates and that kind of thing. So we're going to use that format. We're providing the data, details about the algorithm we're going to be using, which is an RSA algorithm, PKCS again, and we're going to be using cryptographic hashes. So we're saying which hash function to use, SHA-256, and the fact that we're going to be using this key to sign things. And this goes into the browser, and it's asynchronous, so it's giving us a promise. we're able to wrap that promise into Rust as a Rust feature using this nifty class called JS feature, which comes from wasm-bindgen futures. You can see up here. It's pretty nifty, pretty simple. You just, like this says here, you can go from a promise to a future, a Rust feature. Rust feature, JavaScript promise, roughly the same thing. That's why this translation layer is pretty simple. So given this future in Rust, waiting on it is kind of like awaiting a promise in JavaScript. And so another thing that the wasm-bindgen futures gives us is this function called spawn local. So because the executor inside the browser is mostly single-threaded by default, there's going to be an event loop, right? So spawn local is basically saying, take this closure, this function object, and just run it on that event loop. So what we're going to be doing, it's going to be asynchronous, right? So it itself is a feature, which spawn local supports. And what we're going to be doing there is taking the future, which is a wrapped promise, and waiting on it, and then asserting that it doesn't fail, and then turning it into what we're going to give to the next level, which is something that wants a crypto key. So going back a step, the thing that wanted the crypto key is our front-end app, which wanted to take the crypto key and give it to the admin key parsed message, right? So that's next. We get that key, the admin private key, which is nicely parsed and available as a crypto key in JavaScript, right? This class. And we're going to take it and we're going to give it to another function saying, sign this string, which right now I have a placeholder who goes there. In reality, it'll be a randomly generated string that the server gives us. And the intent is we're taking the challenge string randomly generated by the server, signing it with this private key, and sending the response, the signature, back to the server, basically to prove that we own the private key, right? The way public-private cryptography works, we sign something with a private key, and then anyone can use the public key, which is not secret, to verify the signature is valid. So it's just a proof that we are the holder of the secret key. We have admin access if we own the private key, right? And that signature we're going to get back and in this other message at response ready. And right now I'm just debug printing it, but what I'm going to be doing today is I want to take that signature, send it to the server, and the server then should verify the signature and say, okay, it's good, and then change the capabilities of the connection to allow us to do admin level things, which aren't defined yet, but will I be adding them, right? So by default, when you connect to the game server, you're unknown. You have unknown identity, so we don't let you do much besides log in or authenticate as an admin, right? So authenticating as an admin, then we'll assign that role to you for that connection, and then your any kind of commands that require admin access are then permitted. So if you're not an admin, you would use a different procedure to log in, like you'd use Twitch OAuth or provide a password, and instead of a private key signing something, we would just use some other system to verify you are who you say you are, and then again, your connection goes from being an unknown, no access kind of thing to, okay, you are this logged in user, you're allowed to do anything that user is allowed to do, like control your character, for example. Okay, so the sign with the key, that might be what you missed, Dr. Padawan, so sorry it took me a while to get to it, but most of the work I had to figure out yesterday was how to use things like JSSys and how to use the cryptographic library through the wrapper provided by WebSys. That's what this window is. Oh, actually, both WebSys and utilities provides this window. Basically, utilities is a wrapper over if you're using WebSys or standard web. So we're using WebSys. It's basically going to go to WebSys and ask for the handle to the current window that we're running in, right? If we're not running in a window, we would crash saying there's no window available, but we're in a browser, so we're going to have a window. What WebSys is, kind of like JSSys that I mentioned earlier, where JSSys is a crate in Rust that lets you call into JavaScript. So all the JavaScript APIs like map and array and uint8 array, things that are always available in JavaScript are wrapped to have a Rust equivalent that just, when you call it in Rust, it calls it in JavaScript. So WebSys is a similar thing, only what I've learned is that it's auto-generated from web IDL files, so interface description language files. And because there are a lot of web interfaces like WebSockets and Fetch and tons of other things that I don't know, this crate takes the IDL files that are published by the internet community for standardization of web APIs, and cranks through it with automation to turn the IDL files into a Rust crate, basically a bunch of Rust structures with methods, right? So, for example, window, if I click on that, it's going to say that ultimately the documentation is here in MDN, and this is just wrapping the what you would see if you went to here, which we can go look at right now. Which window am I? Okay, yeah, that I want to keep that window. So the window interface, right, is wrapped automatically if you enable the window feature, as you get a window function in Rust. And just like here, it can fail, right? Where does it show that? The constructor. I have a hard time reading MDN documentation. Blah, blah, blah. There's like a window function that it's wrapping, right? Constructor. Do I have to click on constructors? See also DOM interfaces. Oh, wait. I think it's because this is a global object. Yeah. So you either have it or you don't. So Rust does a little check, right? Can we go to the global variables in JavaScript and can we get is it a window? If yes, then good. It's your window. Otherwise, no. Hey there, Red Sky One, and thank you, whoever that was, for the follow. Thank you very much. So yeah, the WebSys gives us our gateway into web APIs. So that gets us the window class, which has a crypto function to get to the cryptography library, which has this subtle part of the crypto. I forget what subtle stands for, but with subtle, we can do things like sign things and load keys, which is what I'm using it for. Window variable is global for the window object. There you go. So you either have a window object or you don't, right? And we will have it because it will be running in the browser. If we try to run it outside the browser, this will probably crash because we don't have a window, so we don't have the API, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of the time, my time yesterday was figuring out how to use these wrappers, like to get access to the window and the cryptography library, and then how to get the data into JavaScript, right? So we want to take this challenge string, for example, and put it into a uint8 array, because that's what the sign function needs. It needs that as the thing to sign as a bunch of bytes in an array. It also needs the key that we got before, and we'll get back the signature that we'll want to then import back into Rust with this to-vec. So, and since this whole thing is asynchronous, that's why we have, again, a JS future from, and then waiting for it, and then, panicking if it failed. These panics, by the way, when I do clean this up, I need to change this so that we actually handle errors correctly. So, like, if there is an error, instead of just crashing the website, we should put up an error message somewhere in the DOM that says, sorry, we couldn't verify your key or couldn't generate a signature from the challenge because of something in your browser that went wrong, right? So, but for now, it will just crash if it fails. I haven't seen it crash on these yet. Is callback a JavaScript callback? I don't know. This is actually something that's provided by the web app framework I picked, which was U. So there is a little blurb about that. If I go to U Rust, first link, and we go to, it's one of the concepts in Rust and U called a callback. Essentially, it's a way you can turn a message handler back in the HTML in the DOM to route it back to your component. So it sends a message to your component's update function when the callback in JavaScript is executed. So, and I don't know all the details, but from a really high level point of view, it's just that if we construct this callback by going to our, the link is sort of like our lifeline back into the U framework for this component. So for this component, we're going to generate a callback that when it's called, takes this message and sends it back to our update function. So this callback is now an object that is in JavaScript as a callback, and we can then attach it to things like in the DOM. An example of that would be in the view here. There is the on-change handler for the input has one of these callbacks, right? That's how the whole thing gets kicked off. So you can have it for like the on-click for a button, an on-change for an input, or you can just make them things that you give to like what we did here. We can use them directly. So this emit is the same as if the DOM had emitted the callback by you hitting a button or something. So yeah, it's specific to you. So if we weren't using you, if we were using like Seed or some other Rust web app framework, it wouldn't be callback, it'd be something else, right? It's our glue back into the DOM, really. All right, so hope that makes sense, and y'all are caught up who were here yesterday. The work today is going to be mostly working on sending things over the WebSocket and some back-end side of that to make the whole round trip. So the first thing I want to do is actually have it when you get this key loaded, that we actually send a message to the server saying, hey, we'd like to authenticate using this key. So instead of signing something right now, because we don't want to hard code this, we want to actually send something to the server saying, hey, we'd like to authenticate, and then we want to wait for the server to give us a challenge string back, and then when we get the challenge string, we're going to sign it. Instead of using a hard-coded string, we'll use a challenge there. So that means I'm going to want to comment that out and use our WebSocket to talk to the server. Actually, we need to get a WebSocket first. So I think the code that I had left over from the lib.rs is what we want. Maybe I want to actually send a message back up to this component to do the WebSocket connection, and then maybe that would become a prop. Would that make sense? So we would assume, we would then say like, actually we can just move a lot of this logic to this top level. I guess I don't need to decide that now. What if we just keep it here and sitting outside? I'll need to use the WebSocket later when we're in this playing and logged in states, but for now we don't need to. We can just put it in sitting outside. So that means I want to copy, yeah, again, copy some of the code I had for making a WebSocket here. So I'll just copy this. Copy and paste. Maybe rather than polluting this, I'll just make it into a function. Self dot start connecting, I guess. Start connecting to server. And we'll put that not in impl component, but just impl sitting outside activity. Function, what do I call it? Start connecting to server. Borrow mutably self, I think. We might not need to borrow mutably, right? Okay, so then we're going to say, hey, we're opening a WebSocket. Make a link that will generate this message. And then these are special callbacks that are more elaborate than the callback we saw here. This is a special callback where we're actually using the thing provided to the callback and deciding what to do with it. So if the status is opened, then we interpret. So basically, we're interpreting the WebSocket status back into a message for ourselves. So it's either open or it's closed, right? And we're treating close and error the same way, except for printing something different. Actually, shouldn't this be something like warn? Why do I have info there? Import warn from log. There we go. Sure. So we don't have any of these messages defined, so I need to add those. WebSocket and opened and closed. These aren't the best names, but we'll go with them for now. WebSocket, why did it like that? What's wrong with that one? The trait is not implemented for, why not? Oh, because this WebSocket actually has an argument, which is the Which argument is that? Let's go back to lib.rs and see. What was the argument that this needed? WS message. Oh, right. Where do we... How does this work again? How did this work? Does it have to do with the web service? The WebSocket service? Oh yeah, it's the generic what we get out from the WebSocket. So it has to be, basically, this callback is what we need to provide like a function to call whenever we receive, we either receive a text message or a binary message from the server. So what I had decided to do was to use, to make an enum, right, called WS message. And I have two from implementations saying if it's a text, we make it text. If it's a binary, we use binary. And if we ever have an error, it's an error. So we basically have a 3 variants for a message, either text message, binary message, or some kind of error. So I guess we'll just lift this whole thing. Actually, you know what? A good thing would be to this belongs in its own module, right? Like at this level, I suppose. So new file, web WS message. Sure, why not? We'll just paste all that here. And we need to make these public, right? And then I can go from the library level and just import it. So I can basically delete all this stuff. All right, and I have to add the module. Mod WS message. And then where I use it down here, we'll just import. Perfect. And then these are no longer needed. Stop searching. Okay. Okay, and then WS message, we do need to import those back. So that's U format text and U format binary. I'm pretty sure those are just wrappers. Let's see. I guess they're not wrappers for WebSys. WebSys has its own text and binary, which I guess are different. All right, so that's what we use as the argument then for this WebSocket, right? WS message. Import crate, yeah, that's what we want. Okay. So then I need to import this. Use services WebSocket, yep. All right, and then we need to import WebSocket service. I like that what I'm hitting is I'm hitting control dot, and that allows me to tell it, oh, sometimes here it doesn't work. Error it gets confused by. But it allows me to have it automatically add the right uses. These are like basically imports or using in C++. They're just convenient so that we don't have to use the full namespace when we use these identifiers. So when you say use wasm bind gen JS value, from then on you can just say JS value. You don't have to say wasm bind gen JS value. Just a way to clean up your code to be smaller. So like for example, WebSocket status is actually U services WebSocket status. So that'd be kind of a long thing to type, right? So instead we have it inside of this use so that we can just say WebSocket status and we don't have to say the whole fully qualified name. All right, so a couple things I need. That error, I have to manually add that because error is sort of ambiguous. This is another way to make it unambiguous, by the way. When you have it use that, then now when you use error, it's like, okay, it's the error from the log crate. All right, okay. So I don't have any storage for the WebSocket. I need to add that. That came from lib.rs, right? Yeah, this option WebSocket task. So U likes to call it a task because it's something that has some state that's being handled by promises in the background. It's sort of like just a naming convention, but we can just think of it just like a WebSocket. It's just one that happens to be handled by you in the background. It's optional because we don't start out with one, right? So then when we you have to import that use, and right, when we create the component, we start it off as we don't have one, right? Okay, and so this is saying that we're missing some match arms. So filled match arms automatically adds them, which is really cool. So these are the new ones we added. I wish it would put them in alphabetical order. It doesn't, so I'm just have to copy paste them in the right place. All right, so then we put in the things that we want to see for like when the WebSocket's closed and open, and if we receive something. So I think for close and open, we'll just copy what I have in the main. So close just drops the WebSocket. The Rust way of like dropping something if it's inside of an option. One way is to just assign none to it. Another way is to just call take, which takes the thing out of the option, leaving none in its place. Take is kind of nice in that it not only does it take it out of the option, but it gives it back to you as a return value, so you can then like use it some more before you drop it. If you don't use it, though, it just gets dropped. Opened, I think, again, we just want to... Oh, actually, opened is where we want to do something. Right here I had it just send something to the server. In our case, I think what do I want to do? I think this is where we would then send the authentication request. Right, so instead of sending the string, we want to actually send the message from game messages. I had that bookmarked. Yeah, I had this written earlier. These are the different things a client can send to the server, right? So admin ID is what I want to send. Then we get back a challenge. The second thing we're going to send is the auth response with the signature. And on the other side, the server sends us the auth challenge. That's the only thing it can send right now. All right, so I want to send this client message admin ID. And here's where I might take a little bit to figure out the right syntax. Admin ID. I don't actually remember. Do I have this imported in or linked? Yes, I do. All right, so we should be able to like control dot import game message client message. Perfect. Yeah, so here's where it's a little bit tricky because it doesn't know how to convert from that into a binary. So what I probably have to do is take this and serialize it myself. And then it will figure out the type. So I think the way I implemented this is I had it, yeah, I have a 2 bytes. I think that's what I want to do. So it would be admin dot 2 bytes. No? Getting there maybe? Okay, wants a string. Why does it want a string? I want it into bytes. Is it send binary? Oh, it's send binary. That's what it is. And no, almost there. Hey there, LG. How are you doing today? Is Rust good for backend? I think it is. If you want to learn more, there's a bunch of like, are we blank yet? So we can look for like, for example, are we web yet? And of course, they're going to be a little bit biased because they're made by Rust developers. But if you want to like evaluate if they are where you would think that it's good enough for you, you just review the things that they say that they have. So they have crates for databases, crates for integrations with AWS, Azure, Redis. They got the WebAssembly is what I'm using. So like I'm using the Rust crate library to do WebAssembly, so build it into the front end. But like for backend stuff, you're probably more interested in like all the state of how they are with all of these different technologies, right? So compression, crypto, databases, email. So you could click on any one of these to see how far along they are. So for example, crypto is kind of a fun one, right? So it's like, okay, if you need to use like OpenSSL on the back end, it's like, well, here's the crate you would use in Rust for that. How are you finding you? It's acceptable. There's enough of it there to get things working, but there are some things missing, some things that could be done better. I'm okay with it for now, Initiative. And how are you doing today? So yeah, ShiploX, I hope that answers the question. I would just go to the Are We Web Yet and look to see how well they have supported the parts of the technologies that you actually need in the backend. So like if you were going to do something with databases, you say, okay, what do they have for databases? Okay, they have MySQL, Postgres, Redis, RustQlite. This is the one I'm going to be using because I use SQLite. And then you'd see like if the database you want to use isn't supported, then you'd be like, okay, maybe it's not ready for Rust yet. Or maybe they have what you need right away. Like if you're using Redis, it's like, cool, they got a Redis driver. Nice. So yeah, it's that the reason they have these Are We Web Yet and Are We Other Things Yet is it's still an evolving thing. You couldn't use for Rust for a lot of things years ago, right? It's pretty recent. And so things are being developed, and being an open source thing, if you wanted to use Rust in the backend and something was missing, you could go in there and contribute and fill in that missing hole and get it working for you and everyone else. Hey there, Utsby. How are you doing today? And Peyton Rules, I forgot to say hi to you. Hey, no problem, Shipple. ShippleOX. Probably not saying your name right. Sorry about that. Okay, what am I missing here? Did I just not hit save? Okay, trait bound. So vector is not satisfied because... Okay, it's like not compatible with binary for some reason. Let's see, what does it actually need? It needs an into binary, right? What is binary? Oh, it's into... Alright, into result vector U8 error. Is that not what he gave it? Isn't this a vector of U8s? Oh, this can have an error, so I need to do a unwrap here. There we go. So when you start to see everything turn to yellow, that means all the errors are handled. Now you just have warnings. Okay, so now when the WebSocket is opened, we should be immediately sending the admin ID message to the server. So then I'll have to go into the server and add code to handle this message. What we'll do is we'll generate a random string and send it back as an authentication challenge, which we're going to receive here in the code here. When we get the auth challenge, that's where we'll do this signing with the key and sending it back to, with auth response ready. We'll send it back to the server there. So let's just do the client part of this first. So I think this is just going to be a message, and so here's what I had in the main module when I was experimenting around. So we can at least see that to start with, maybe. No, we can go a bit further, right? This message is again either a text, binary, or an error, right? So we should probably just do a match on the message. And then we'll use the nifty control dot fill in match arms so we don't have to type that. Maybe I'll keep this info here for now, and turn it into a debug maybe, because why not, right? Hey there, Endorn. How are you today, sir? Lazy programming, that's right. Love it. The one we care about right now is binary, right? So we'll just shadow the message since we don't need the original message. So this is going to be a vector of bytes. Perfect. CLIT code. Hello, how are you doing? Okay. I was just looking at the client message, right? It has a from bytes, which is one we want to use. So let message, again, I'm shadowing it. Some people hate this. I think it's okay, because Rust helps me if I get the type wrong. I can just say message equals message, sorry. A client message from bytes message unwrap. And these unwraps are just because I'm lazy again. When I want to put this into production, these unwraps can't be here. Wherever there's an unwrap, that means that something could have failed, and or unwrap will actually panic. So in production, we're going to, instead of unwrapping, we'll want to say if it's an error, then take the error and then do something with it. Either log it to the console, or probably more appropriately, we'd want to put something in the web page in the DOM that says, sorry, we couldn't connect to the server, here's the error. Give it, email us if you think we need to know, something like that. How am I doing, my family? So-so. I gotta take my cat to the vet later. He's not doing so well. But yeah. Pets tend to get older than we do quicker, right? He's getting up there in years, so he's got some issues we gotta get checked out. Other than that, everything's okay. I think you scoped your portfolio site a bit too large. You're basically rewriting the Unix file system in Bash and JavaScript. Hey, that could be a good thing if you're applying for a job that requires a lot of knowledge about the file system in JavaScript, or Bash, I mean. Yeah. Could one get rid of the OK unwrap? So the problem, the reason why I have the OK here is it's part of the U interface. They want to have it encapsulate results. I'm not sure why. I guess it's because U itself might, when it's doing the WebSocket protocol, it might say, hey, I received what should have been a binary message, but it was malformed, so you here have an error instead. Or it might be that we always receive OK values. That's why you'll see OK in some places. I don't have an option there. The API for you requires me to give a result, so I just say okay. We're never going to try to send an error. We're always sending a non-error. It's sort of silly, but yeah, I have to do that. Other places where I have unwrap, right? So this unwrap is because we are trying to serialize this message, and that has to be an error because my CRD class has to pass through an error that might come from CRD. Yeah, so CRD serialize function could return an error. I don't know how it could in my case. Probably would never do so, but it's required by the CRD API, right? My serializer will always, as long as we're able to get through the serialize function, we're always going to be return success. So I don't return an error. It's just a CRD might. Who knows why? So I'll probably leave this unwrap here, for example, because I know that CRD should never fail to serialize this message, right? So it might look like the OK and the unwrap are going on to the same error thing, but they're not really. This unwrap is actually on this 2 bytes. It might be that the formatting is kind of wonky. Like, it might be easier to see if I do this. Right? That goes with that, and that goes with that. And then it's like, okay, this unwrap is because this is a result. This OK is because it's required by this API. So we can blame my esoteric decisions for the Rust formatter for doing it that way. That makes it kind of confusing. Sorry about that. Indenting is always a struggle. Yeah, it's the Rust formatter that's choosing to do that because of the choices I made in the Rust formatter configuration. We would pass the error to the WebSocket. Yeah, I don't know why we would ever pass an error to send binary, but that's part of the API, so. The WebSocket library I made in Rust doesn't work this way. You would never send an error. We wouldn't have that. It would just be that, and it would be simpler. Yeah, I don't know why they want to be able to receive an error in send for some reason. Okay, so this can fail. The from bytes can fail if this message doesn't deserialize as a client message correctly, which is possible if our server is malfunctioning. So before I go into production, I'll want to remove this unwrap and have it say something like, server gave us a response we didn't understand. But for now, we'll just unwrap it. And I think we can just match directly on that, right? Match on that. Fill in the arms. So we have admin ID and auth response. So admin ID is where, oh, I did the wrong one. Yeah, I don't want client message, I want server message. When I was making these names, I was thinking to myself, am I going to get confused about the direction of these messages? Because they're one direction only. Client is what the client would send, and server is what the server would send. I thought about making it client to server message, but I'm like, it's kind of long. It's probably good enough, but you can see I already screwed up and used the wrong type here. I noticed as soon as I did fill match arms, and I'm like, what? We shouldn't be receiving those. Yeah, so the only thing we should be receiving from the server right now is an authentication challenge. So this is the challenge. So here's where we're going to want to sign the challenge and send it back, right? Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you doing? I'm having fun. No problems yet today. We're just filling in the admin authentication stuff into the Rust end of things. Back to red. You didn't have to change back to red just for me, Cthulhu. I actually kind of prefer blue. It was just the change in color that I noticed. So if you like blue better, feel free. Let's see. Stock message. Oh, yeah, maybe. So call this like C to S message. It might take me like a fraction of a second extra pause when I see that to be like, CTOS? What's that? Oh yeah, client to server. I'll take that under consideration. I put in my notes for today. And I'll give you a point. because I like ideas. Even if I don't immediately jump on them, I'll take notes and revisit them if, because when I come back and refactor this, I might decide, yeah, what LG said was a good idea. I should do that. Hey there, Matthew. How are you doing today? All right, so auth challenge. This is where we're going to want to sign the challenge and send it back to the server. So that's this code right here, right? Basically all of this. Well, all that except for the start connecting. We're going to want to do right here. And remove the start connecting, uncomment that. And then the challenge goes here. And admin key, so we need to hold on to the admin key, right? So let's just have it be self. Probably this should be inside an if let sum admin key equals borrow the admin key. Because if we don't have an admin key, it's like, well, we can't answer the challenge, right? So this should just be admin key. So obviously I need to store the admin key in our own state. So that goes here. None, we don't have one to begin with. Admin key here. Option. You can see I have a lot of options here. We talked about yesterday, and an alternative to having a lot of optional fields is to make the entire structure an enum and represent like different states of the activity. We could be in the state where we don't yet have an admin key, or we could be in the state where we have an admin key but we don't have a WebSocket yet, or we could be in the state of we have an admin key and a WebSocket but we haven't received the response yet. Right now, I'm just keeping it simple, one activity, and these parts of the activity state are now optional. Option would be crypto key. Probably will have to qualify that. No, I guess not. Okay. Oh, this thing needs the needs to own it through a reference count. Okay, so then what I'll do is make this an option RC. So that we don't do admin RC new there, but we'd have to use it. Sorry, this would be what's the problem here? Oh, we're gonna have to clone it. Right, because if we're borrowing a reference, it needs to have a count on the reference because it's asynchronous, so we'll need to give it another reference. So we're not cloning the key. It might be better to call it admin key ref there. So we're cloning a reference to the admin key, reference counted. Let me catch up in chat. A to B and B to A confuse you all the time? Hey, but you know, I think it's a legit suggestion, right? It's a shortened form of it. It only make me think maybe a half a second to remember, oh yeah, client to server. It actually sounded good to me. Hey there, Toulouse, how are you doing? Everything's going well with the beast? Well, yeah, I hope that everything's well. Yeah, thank you. We'll find out. I'm kind of, I guess, preparing myself for the worst. That, you know, because he's an old cat. He's lived a long, good, happy life. Can't live forever. But yeah, I hope that everything does work out. But yeah, I'm kind of setting myself up for the worst case. And hey there, Master Agent Miyazaki. How are you doing today? C to S, S to C. Yeah, that could work too. Hey there, Stryhex. How are you doing? Why did I wave to myself? Hit the wrong button. There we go. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad when pets get sick. Long day at work? Well, feel free to procrastinate by watching the stream. You see how we have this pyramid of doom? This is because I probably need to refactor this, right? Probably makes sense that this entire thing be in a function called handle binary message from WebSocket, right? And this thing should be in another function called handle auth challenge. But I'm just lazy right now. So we're going to take this challenge, and if we have an admin key, we're going to get another reference to it, take it along with the challenge and a promise basically to receive this response ready when it's done and give it off to the function called sign with key, which we did yesterday. So if all of that works out well, we should get back to response ready. So here's where I want to actually send the response back to the server. So I'm just gonna copy a little bit what I did here. and put that here. Say, if we have a WebSocket connection to the server, hey, let's send them the auth response. And the response is this signature. Perfect. I think we're done in the client for now. Unless I want to add maybe some more debugging. I can add... we know this is probably works, so I probably don't need to worry about this. We're going to get that. So we'll know if we see that it's going to be sending the response. We can say sending auth response. Okay. Oh, we should probably have something here like debug authenticating as admin. And then how did this all get kicked off? Right, when we selected a key, we should say like loading admin key. Something like that, because it gets parsed, and then we have to start connecting. Well, actually, you know what I can do? This usually just always works. What if we just move this to here and say connecting to server? Right? Because that's where we start connecting. I don't need this callback anymore, or this. So it would be connecting to server. Oh, right. This is a reminder I need to do something with the admin key. Let's save it, because I almost forgot to do that. Let's do replace admin key. And here's where I need to do an RC new, right? All right, we're all good so far. Automod didn't like the word stupid for some reason, Marco Deb, but hello. I didn't choose any preference. I have no control at all over the commercial. Actually, that's not true. The only control I have over commercials is I can force everyone to watch one. That's called a pre-roll ad. Or I can say, I don't want you to have to watch a commercial, so I don't pre-roll. But then the consequence is people end up getting more ads randomly. So it's like if everyone told me, hey, we'd rather get an ad all the time at the start and then not get as many ads later, then I would turn on the pre-rolls. But I figure that I'd rather have more controls, and since I don't have them, it's like I don't even want to get involved with ads. So it's all Twitch. Hey there, Nui, how are you today? Okay, I think I'm done with the client end. If this all goes well with the server end, we would get to authenticated, right? Oh, right. We would get to where we say that we're responding to the challenge. Did I ever print that anything? I guess we'll see that. Oh, no. We have to sign it first, so it comes back as response ready. Yeah, so the last thing we should see from the client is sending auth response. And then the way we would know that it worked is we would stay connected, because the server will disconnect if the answer isn't correct. What are WebSocket Creator I'm using? For Rust outside the browser, I made my own called WebSocket. Actually, it's probably going to be called something with Raimu in the name. But it's in the same Git repo as my C++ version. So it's just WebSockets right now, but that name I think is already taken, so I have to change it. But yeah, it's my own crate. Yeah, basically ported my C++ WebSocket stuff to Rust, and I even have it's able to test with Autobahn, and it passes. It actually outperforms the competition on a few things. We tested it versus Tungstenite. So if you don't want to use my crate, especially because it's not released yet, what I'd recommend using for Rust outside the browser would be Tungstenite. Tungstenite. And there's an async Tungstenite also. So if you want synchronous or asynchronous, there you go. Those are pretty good. I was thinking, well, yeah, I don't know. There's no good catchy name, Endor, not that I know yet. So yeah, you're enjoying Tungstenite. Yeah, I would say Tungstenite's a pretty good one. There's even a Tokyo Tungstenite. Look at that. That's I think a really good choice. Inside the browser, though, we have that provided to us from the WebSys, and then you wraps that as well. So what I use inside the browser is this WebSocket service. Up here, where was it? Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Where did I put the WebSocket service stuff? Oh, I put it up here in a function, right? Yeah, start connecting to server. This WebSocket service. So that should be on. Right. They don't have the documentation done, but when they do, they'll probably have a link to it. In the meantime, you gotta like go to their Git repo, I think. Yeah. I think there they talk about it. Maybe not. I think if you go to examples dashboard, they had an example of it. Yeah, they say an example uses fetch service and WebSocket service. So this is actually a nice example because these are the two things that I need it for, definitely, and probably a lot of other people do, is you just want to fetch or open a WebSocket to another server, right? So this example covers it. And you could also just look at all the services they have by going to, oh, by the way, do you see who has the last commit in you? This guy. I fixed something in their CI that was broken. Where was... Oh, I think it's under UStack. No. UStack U packages, U services, source. So each of these is a different service. So like, because WebSockets are provided by the browser, we use the WebSocket provided by and wrapped by you. But yeah, similar to other things, if you ask me what kind of solution I would do for fetching from web servers, I'd use fetch in the browser because it's there. Outside the browser, I'd use my own HTTP library. Okay, that was over-explaining something again. I tend to do that, but you know, it happens. This is ready to go, right? So I need to switch to the front end, or the back end. Let me make sure that this still builds. I think it did, right? So this should have auto-loaded right here. Okay, so this should actually try to connect. We'll get an error which will crash because it hasn't, I haven't started the server. Oh, it didn't crash. We just got an error. Connection failed. WebSocket error. There we go. So I need to start the back end. So let's open another terminal for that. And why is my caps on? Stage orchestrator, localhost. It starts the orchestrator, which starts the Raft cluster with the members being my game server, and now they're all connected, right? So now we should be able to try again. Oh, we don't have a way to have it retry, so I need to reload to do that. Yeah, when we get an error, we should like probably just go to a state where you can hit a retry button. Okay, there we go. So we're sending the authentication, and the server probably received it. Oh, there we go. Unable to parse binary message, value truncated. Okay, so probably because I haven't built it to understand that message yet. So we'll have to work on that. Actually, I think I know why. I think I forgot to have it parse it as a public message. It's probably trying to parse it as a private message. So yeah, it did get a connection from the client, and it tried to parse it and it failed. So let's stop that. Hey there, null pointer reference. Sorry, there's no null pointers today, but how are you doing? Actually, there are null pointers in Rust, right? But they're not safe usually. We found your arch enemy though, null pointer reference. There's in Rust there's the non-null. This is your arch enemy, the non-null pointer. It's actually kind of an interesting thing. Like, it lets you use raw pointers that are guaranteed to be non-zero and covariant. And if you don't know what covariant is, I'd recommend watching John Hu's videos. He had a whole YouTube video talking about variance, covariance, invariance, and contravariance. Covariant basically means that the type T can work in places where a subtype of T is required, or is it the other way around? One of those two. But basically, it's a flexible type. Whereas invariant would mean like T can't change. It only works for one specific T. And contravariant is like covariant, but backwards. But yeah, interesting thing that they have raw pointers that are guaranteed to be not null. So I think they are the non-null pointers. Null pointer references arch nemesis in the Rust realm. So I need to go to the back end and fix how it handles public messages. So try to remember where we handle these. Let's handle Raft message. Is there handle WebSocket message? Yeah, there we go. Handle WebSocket message. Right, so it's always expecting it to be a private message, which is why it's not able to parse it correctly. So we want to use private message if it's from a private connection, but public message if it's from a public connection. So we need to first match on the type of the connection, right? Which means I'll need to get the connection. Let me bookmark that, and let me verify that I put what I need in connections. So connections has a connection, right? And that's right. Peer tells us if it's orchestrator, realm server, unknown private, or unknown public. So this is where we want to like switch on this, because if it's on these three, it's going to be a private message. But if it's on here, it's got to be a public message. So yeah, we need to get the connection object to take a look and see, is it a public or private connection? Yeah, I do that down here. So we'll put that here and say match on connection.peer and have it fill in the arms here. So I can just combine all these together, right? And say for that, this code goes there. Down to here, right? And then, am I missing some syntax here? Yes. There we go. And yeah, I'll have to refactor this to extract a function, because whenever we see this, you know, pyramid of doom, too much indentation, it means I got to extract methods to make it simpler. But anyway, because I'm lazy, I'll do that later. If it's one of these types of connections we're interpreting as a private message, yeah, the formatting is kind of falling apart because of the indentation. Yeah. If it's a public connection, we're going to handle it by going to game public message, client message from bytes. And then here, I think I'll need to import that. Oh, it might not be in my cargo toml yet. Yep, it's not there yet. So game public message. So local crate, game public message. And U comes before, U comes after R, so that should be put there, right? Sorted alphabetically, trying my best. So now I can hopefully import this. No? What's the error here? Undeclared type. Oh, I think it's that actually. It doesn't know how to import that. Might need to reload then. Sometimes when I change the cargo toml, just things break. You change the alt up down shortcuts to move lines. I don't know if I did. Easier than copy paste? To like move one line up or down? I'm not really used to doing that. You think it's easier than copy paste? It might be, but I need to probably train my brain to do that. There we go. See, now it knows how to import it. I think I would actually like to rename that. Client message is too generic, right? Actually, I guess it's okay. I might rename that to be like game public client message. But I'll do it later. Okay, so we're going to fill those match arms, right? Oh, sorry. Actually, that's what I did here, right? Yeah, we want to do the similar thing, right? Only let's go and rename this to be handle game private message. I misspelled private. And then we'll have this one be public message. And then we'll just kind of duplicate this part of the func. Well, actually, it's really just the first part I need copied, right? Rename that private to public. Match on the message. And then do fill match arms. You can do it, Rust format and Rust analyzer. I believe in you. Oh, wrong type. We want to get a client message, right? All right, now fill those match arms. Okay, there we go. So, given an admin ID, we want to construct a random string of bytes and store it, because when we get the auth response, we're going to want to verify that the signature matches what we expect. And I forget how we correlate the two. I think it's that... Oh, do I have to take the original challenge and hash it and then... Okay, I'll have to review. Let me put the bookmark there. Let me review. I had it bookmarked in the C++. Here it is. We get this signature. Oh, that's right. The signature verifier takes the original challenge string and the signature and verifies that it matches. Yeah, where do we set that up, actually? What does that look like? What is that? Is that just a... Oh, I made my own class to do that. Yeah, here it was. Configure. Was it just operator? Yes. Right, so this used parts of LibreSSL or OpenSSL, right? We made a context in which we took the key and then updated the digest. So we initialized the digest with the key, saying we're going to hash with this public key, right? And then it added in the data and then verified it with the signature. Okay. So I'll have to figure out how to do the equivalent of that in Rust. Hopefully the ring library has that, right? We'll have to figure this out. Let me bookmark this, because we need to recreate that in Rust. Here, right? Well, in here. This is where we'll have to do the equivalent in Rust to this. Here, though, we just need to construct the key, and I do have that bookmarked as well. That's a weird bookmark to have. I don't think we need that one anymore. That's our view. What was this one for? I think just my bookmarks got moved around. I don't think I need that one. Well, no. I kind of want to move that to where... Actually, I don't need that one anymore. Okay, here's where we generated the token in C++ version of the server. I had a function called generate random token that would store its result in the admin challenge that we associate with the connection. We would tell it how many bytes we wanted from a configuration. So I'll probably want to do the same thing. I'll probably want to add this configuration item to our config file, and then have the Rust equivalent of this. So it's just using a random number generator and that's cryptographically strong, and generating that many bytes, and then base 64 encoding it. So we can do that. I've done that before. Let's do that one first. So bookmark that, go back to here. So I need to find where I did this random number generation. I think I did that in WebSockets, right? Need WebSockets. Source. WebSocket. I'm going to say it's the frame sender. Yeah. It's RNG stuff. Yeah. So we would get an RNG from entropy, and then we would do fill after we fill in a array of the right size. So we'll want the same kind of thing. And I want it here. And this is how we make it in the first place. Let me copy that bit of code. And then its type is this type. So I'm just copying fragments of code, and I'll put them in the right places in a second. Hey there, Metalstorm. How are you today? Okay, so we're going to want the same crate I used in WebSocket. Rand, I think it is. And I think it was A Squared yesterday told me about a neat plugin. Maybe I should use that here. There's a plugin that he told me about where it will just, you can hover over it and see if you're going to be depending on the latest version or not. So let's just drop it in here. Rand. Let me go look at that plugin that he talked about yesterday. It's called Sarah Yuzger Crates. So maybe just search for crates. This one, I guess. This is the one A Squared recommended. Let's give it a try. Install. Hope it doesn't leak all my personal information. Oh yeah, look at that. That looks pretty cool. So how do you like, oh, just hover over it. So there you go. It automatically looks up and sees if you are depending on an obsolete or old library, and shows you the different versions if you want. That's neat. It even knows about my own published crates. The ones I published have Raimu in the front. Raimu and Raimu Web. It knows about Raimu Web. These are not yet published. That's cool. Looks like everything is up to date too. Neat. I like it. Thank you, A Squared. If you're not here, but thank you anyway. Okay, now that we have the RAND stuff, I think the idea is this could be expensive, so we only want to do this once, so we would make the random number generator just part of our state. So we are in Realm Server, so in Realm Server we'll just store an RNG. So this is from... Is it from Prelude? Is that really what I did in the other place? Oh, I didn't bookmark it. Shoot. Did you know that modern Intel CPUs are shipped with hardware TRNG module, which they use as a source for a DRNG system? Well, that's cool. Thank you for the follow, by the way. That would only work for Intel CPUs, though. So that's the thing that sort of like holds me up from looking at stuff, is if it only works for some things and not others, like an AMD, would it work on it with an AMD CPU? If not, it's like, well, then I gotta have to code paths for both Intel and non-Intel. And then the only advantage to using the Intel version would be if it's performance critical. If I was generating random numbers so frequently that like Intel would give me a noticeable speed improvement. Now, if you said AMD CPUs also supported, I'd be like, oh, sweet. Let's totally use that module. Because that sounds like the best. Intel CPU and security? Is it compromised? If they had bad luck in the past? This is the wrong cargo toml. I wanted to look at, yeah. Where do they pull that from? See, that's what I thought. I don't like using Prelude because I don't like just pulling in everything from something. I want to pick and choose what I want, and so I'd rather just do the same thing here. And I can put it anywhere, because this will automatically put it in the right place once it compiles, but that's fine. It can't compile yet, because we're not done. Okay, the RNG we placed, right? Right there. Which means the code to construct it needs to be moved to the constructor. Which is new. So that will go here. All right. And then, so it's not masking key, right? It's challenge. And then this we want to get from our configuration. Maybe just right now I'll hard code it, just to make things quicker. Because I'm not sure if I did all the work to make the configuration available to this thing. So where was that? Here? No. Let's follow our bookmarks. Random token length. Right, so I have a config.json on stage. So it's 80. So we'll just hardcode 80 for now, and I'll put a note that says we want it to come from configuration. Yeah. So we'll put 80 there, and I'll say to do get the challenge string length from configuration. Okay, so why doesn't that work? What? That's interesting. So it can't be exactly 50, it's got to be one of these numbers? Interesting. I didn't expect to run into that. So what, can I go to 128 and then just take the first 80 bytes? Okay, yeah, it must be some kind of weird thing with RNG. Weird that it can't be 80. Because that's a multiple of 8. Oh, I wonder if it has something to do with, like, multiple of 16. What's the nearest multiple of 16? 80 is divisible by 16, so it's not a multiple of 16 problem. Actually, no, there's still a problem here. No, there's not. I just forgot to hit save. Weird that it doesn't like 80. I've not looked into AMD architectures a lot, but maybe it wouldn't be surprising if their CPUs also have it. If they both did, that would be sweet. Been doing some C++ implementing flood fill for your game. Weirdly, optimize it so much that for new use case, actually need to operate in an unoptimized way because of the way it goes through nodes. Oh, like it was too optimized for something, and for the new use case, the optimization screws it up. According to that, you can get TRNG seeds, so that implies TRNG modules. What would be sweet is if the RAND crate did it for me, right? We're going to be depending on the RAND crate to do it, so maybe they do it. We can certainly go look. RAND TRNG. I probably put Rust. There we go. Looks like they do use TRNG. RD, is that what you mentioned? RD RAND? Download the Intel lib for DRNG. Oh look, it is available for AMD. There you go. There you go, Master Agent Miyazaki. So it looks like RAND just uses it automatically, which is sweet. I don't have to worry about it. I'm assuming so. I'm assuming they would use that by default because it's more optimal, right? Fills row by row, 1D array of ints. Yeah, so I don't mind asking for more bytes than I need and just using what we need. I mean, that's fine. Who cares, right? So we want to send a message back. And I forgot how I wanted to do that. I guess I can cheat here and look here. One of these have a response. Yes, it was this. It's that we get the connection and we send a message through the connection. Right, so then go back. So right here. So we get the connection ID and then we would just send back the challenge. So send sync message game private message server message auth challenge. And I wanted to take a slice of that and so base 64 encode 80 characters of it, right? Now, of course, I probably haven't imported base 64. That's fine, we'll do that now. Base 64 equals, is this thing going to help me out here and recommend a version? How if we put 0.1? Ah, look at that. It told me what to put in. 13. So basically, there's no way to easily make the challenge length configurable. There is a way. I just had it as part of the overall configuration JSON, and I have that in the Realm server. I just don't have it in the arguments here directly, and it's not a simple thing for me to add that, so I was going to do it later. It's also maybe assigned to me that I need to make it easier to get to configuration elements. Mostly though, I'm lazy, so I'm just lazily putting in these hard-coded numbers for now. Okay, so server message needs to be imported. Okay, I don't think I did game private message correctly. Oh, this needed to be public, which doesn't exist yet. We need to add that. Sync message, there needs to be a game public message. And this is always a server message. Again, the difference between these two, the topology of my game is that there are two networks. There's a public network, that's the public facing side, so the network that we can see. So in that network, the server will always send us server messages. Now the other network is the one internal to the game's infrastructure, and that's the one in AWS. And so the messages that go across on that network are between game servers to do things like Raft, for example, and like for servers to identify themselves. So they're either the orchestrator or they're another Realm server, or to do things like exchange log messages. So these are all on a private network, so they're not encrypted. They're only between parts of the game, so completely isolated from the public network where we'll only see server messages. Personally, just use cargo edit. Then you can do cargo add, and it automatically pulls. Yeah, I guess it's just my preference to use the editor inside Cargo Toml, and this plugin that A Squared told me about yesterday looks pretty sweet. I like that. But yeah, there's lots of different ways to do it. You should not even use x86 specific stuff directly unless you have a really good reason. Yeah, I figured like I think I think a wise way to do it is to use a higher level abstraction like the rand crate in Rust, and then depend on it to figure out the most optimal way to do what you want, right? So I just tell rand, hey, I want a cryptographically secure pseudo-random number generator. Now, if you can implement that using a TRNG crate, right, you go for it. But if you can't, that's fine. Use software or something. And just let that lower level crate deal with it. That I think is more wise, because then you, two advantages. You don't have to worry about the details, and then if more capabilities are added in the future, you usually don't have to worry about it. It's handled at that lower level. The abstraction layer lets you leverage any improvements made to the lower level library. But my PCL mul QDQ instructions. Well, the exception to all of what I just said is if you are already at the low level and you want those instructions, especially if you're doing optimizations, sure. But in my case, I'm operating at a higher level, so I'm not writing assembly. But yeah, lower level assembly, more power to you. But then you're going to be in the hot seat for checking to see if this CPU is compatible and has those instructions, right? And then do something reasonable if it's not present. Can't tell if that's exactly an instruction or just... I wouldn't doubt if that is an instruction. I wouldn't doubt it. You see, it's the problem with x86. Yeah, they add new instructions for all the new features, right? Okay, so public server message, that's going to have a lot of problems because we need to first import the type, and then we're going to have, that's going to break some of my matches. By design, we want to fill the missing match arms, right? So what do we do when we're told to send a public message? I think it's similar to how we'd send a private message. We would take the message, convert it to bytes, and why is that a problem? Oh, because this needs to say message. Because we're shadowing that type. Now it should work. Okay, so serialize the message, send it through the WebSocket. If it fails, then we log a warning that we couldn't send it. Perfect. The only difference between these two is that the type of the message is different. This one is a game private message, and this one is a server message. Again, the server message name may not be the right name. We might rename it later. The code being so similar makes me wonder if I can kind of make it common in some way. This part is common, right? Because it's exactly the same, and it's dealing with a payload which is bytes, so I might extract that function sometime. This could be put in there too as long as the message is a generic type. Something that has a 2 bytes method, which means I might want to extract a trait that's common between those two. I don't have that yet. I might add that though. But I'm not going to worry about it now. Anyway, so we should be able to send the message now. What happened to my bookmark? Okay, here we go. So right, when we receive an administration ID request, we're going to generate a random challenge string, take the first 80 characters of it, encode it as base 64, send it in the auth challenge server message back to that connection. This if, by the way, we need that because it's actually possible for us to start processing the message after the connection gets dropped, because they could send us an admin ID and immediately drop their connection to us, so we might get a none for getting the connection out of our pool. In that case, we just silently discard the message and not do anything more, because, hey, we tried. In fact, I could even move this in here, because why generate a random number if you don't even need to use it, right? And then this to-do really applies to the inside of here. Okay, so that sends the challenge. Why are we getting a warning here? Oh, I'm not consuming? I thought I am right here. Weird. Oh, this is saying that these could be passed by reference, I guess. I'll worry about that later. And then I don't actually think we need a raft, because we're not going to ever do a raft message for public. Actually, that's not true. We might. Do I keep this here because we might send stuff to raft? Actually, no, I don't think we ever would. So let's remove it. We don't need the raft sync sender. We're not sending anything to raft. Perfect. All right. So that handles the sending the challenge. Now we have to handle what we do when the response comes back, right? So this is the signature. And now we want to verify the signature, and if it's valid, change the peer to be not unknown public, but admin, right? And if the verification fails, we would want to disconnect. You want to try challenging yourself with some branchless programming at some point soon. Seems like a fun challenge to build something with the least amount of if statements possible. And just go functional, right? The functional equivalent of an if statement is a map over two alternatives that that take the place of your then and your else, right? And well, are you saying get rid of the decisions and branches entirely? So not just if statement, but also branches? Because that sounds hard. How would you do that? Would that be like you'd have to somehow merge the two branches together and have the result just depend on solely the how the input gets processed? Like maybe with XOR or and AND, like logical masking and stuff like that? It sounds hard. Yeah, but isn't an early return also a branch? Actually, I guess it depends on your definition of branch. Sure. You could, if you say it's okay to do calls and returns, just don't do branches, then you can turn an if then else into a call and an early return. Branches is great in iterative assignments, but otherwise the instructions save might not be worth it. So, I mean, it's all interesting stuff. Lower level than I'm used to, though. It's been a while, but I have done stuff like that at low level, embedded stuff, but I've never really gotten down to the level of like, oh, should we do branchless or not? It was not for the performance game. It would just be the challenge of it, I guess. Kind of like a challenge, like write a program that's has what was it that Musen had a challenge? Musen was trying to do the advent of code last year by doing everything in one chain of function calls, one function call chain, so completely functional. I don't know how far he got. All right, so here I'm gonna want to bookmark this because we don't need that anymore. We need to do the equivalent of this, but in Rust. So I need to find out, does ring have the equivalent of constructing a digest, a hash digest, and can it have the equivalent of an update and can it do a basically it's a special kind of digest called a verification, right? Where we initialize it with a key, we update it with the data, and we finalize it with a signature, and we get a decision out. So I need the same thing, but in Rust. So I'm going to do some research. Let's look at ring. Ring. It would probably be something you could do with a public key, right? So we'll probably find that either under public key or maybe digest? That's just to hash something. We need to actually do signature verification. Well, okay. Let me ask myself the question a different way. How do I handle actually forming the signature? I did that in the client. If I go to lib.rs, but for tools rust admin source, this stuff right here, right? The type is RSA key pair under signature. So there's a signature module. Oh, here we go. Signing and verifying. Oh, there we go. So we just need to get the public key somehow. Here they got the public key from the original key pair. And then it looks like the public key you would put into a signature unparsed public key. I guess here's where we would put in SHA-256 for the algorithm. And then here's where we would put the response to the challenge. And here's where we would put the signature, and we would either get a okay or not. Oh, they have a different one for PKCS. I remember doing this stuff, right? Like, we had to do a little bit of this, so I had to... what was it? Where do we get the key? Is it up here? Yeah, I had to do this from PKCS8. So, would I still do that? It wouldn't be an RSA key pair. I think we want to use a different type, right? It's not a key pair. It's like a public key. Is it a subject? That's serialized. Hey there, Raynon90. Hold on, chat's getting really busy. Saw a video the other day with some guy talking about not using else statements with the claim that it was some sort of clean code strategy. Sounds like a purist to me. Made no sense to you? Well, it's sort of an obscure branch of computer science, right? To analyze how computer hardware actually executes instructions, especially when there's pipelining and multi-threading and concurrency, other kinds of concurrency. You can get into some really weird subjects like instruction reordering and caches and delays caused by waiting for a cache miss to be filled and that kind of thing. It gets really complicated. If you have up front the defensive early exits, you can read as a requirements list. It might be easier to refactor as a positive and negative cases are not so mixed. That's true. You're sort of separating out different code paths into different testable things, right? Use AES. Why? I've been happy with RSA keys. Is this what I want though? Or do I want this? Possibly malform public key. I think I want this one. That's what the example was using, right? I guess we'll find out. So I'll be loading a PEM file into these bytes. We'll be picking a verification algorithm, which we'll need to find. There's probably in the list here. Yes, right here, right? RSA. I'm probably using this one, right? I think that's what I've been using. To verify that. Yeah, RSA, PKCS. Yeah, so that's what I'm using for signature verification. What's this stuff talking about? Do I really need to do this? Well, okay. I know how to do the dir thing. That's fine. I really don't want to have to do that if I can avoid it. But maybe I do need to do that. Oh, this is just to get it from a private key. So I don't need to worry about this. This is just to extract the public key. Yeah, okay, fine. That's fine. I was talking about that TAC key was at very high level. Have you tried Cutter? Tried that recently the first time. Was an interesting experience. Had an exepedia tool I needed to use, but the creator had hard-coded his own paths into the executable I should replace. No, I've never heard of this tool. Is this like a string replacing tool? Because it conceptually doesn't seem that hard. If strings are null terminated, you can, as long as you make them the same length or shorter. Yeah, I never heard of it. I think we can use this. So I would do a from dir. No, that's if it's a key pair. I don't want that. I guess I'm just doing this. So I'm using signature unparsed public key. Let's just try it. So back to here. I think I want to load the key separately and put it in the Realm server. So let's just assume, which makes an ass out of you and me, but that's okay, that we have an admin public key, which is a of the correct type. So that would be unparsed public key. Let me verify that's the right type we want. But unparsed public key. Okay. Actually, why don't we? What's the difference? Can I just do that? That's, what do they mean by serialized? The documentation leaves a little bit to be desired. Binary RSA public key. So is the type called RSA public key? There's RSA public key components. Let me just search for it. RSA public key. I don't think the type is what they said here. Or is it? This is not a type. I wish they would use the actual type names here. I could start with public, unparsed public key, but like, I'd rather just have it verified when I load the key. Is it RSA subject public key? I don't know. I know what I'll do. I'll just start with this type. Yeah, we'll start with that type and then we'll fix it later. We'll see if we can parse it. That's not known because why? Do I not have ring? Oh. I thought I added ring on this side, but I guess not. Alright, we'll add it. 16. Look at that. Sweet. Encoding and encryption are different. So encoding just means take data and represent it using some format, right? Encryption means to hide the information somehow, usually by encoding it in a form that the original information can only be decoded if you're the intended recipient. The encoding is more general and covers more things. Encryption is more specific. So like base64 is a kind of encoding, but what you encode is not encrypted because anybody can decode base64. It's just a format change. But encryption usually is a one-way operation, easy. In the reverse, it can't be reversed easily without having some secret. Sure, somewhere a bunch of unicorns just died. Oh, just encode the base64 result in base64. Repeat the bunch. I missed that part. Security through obscurity. Well, LG, if you forgot, we need to XOR it with the byte 55 hex or 5A hex. That'll make it even harder to figure out what you're doing. In some ways, security does involve that, right? You obscure it so much that it just increases the difficulty of it being reversed. Oh, it was /s? Sorry. I don't always get the sarcasm. I hit the wrong button. Ring signature. Here we go. Okay, why didn't it like it? Because it's generic. It's generic over this probably over the algorithm, right? Oh, it's just generic over some bytes. Oh, wait. Right, the key bytes. So that would be vector of bytes. Okay, and then we're going to want to make it here. Admin public key. Do I just want to pass that in? I think so, for now. Guess from you. Actually, it did a pretty good job. Vec U8. Okay, and then we call new way down here. So admin public key. All right, and then we'll want to get the admin public key. So I know we can do it at any point here, right? Maybe do it at the very beginning. Let admin public key equal parse public key new verification algorithm ring signature this one, right? And then the bytes. All right. The bytes we're going to have to get from a file, so rather than having to recall from my poor memory, I'm going to jump into where I read some files before. Yeah, exactly. So it's just fs read. Fs read, and then we'll just hard code it right now. Admin public key file. And I just need to give a definition for that. Const admin public key. Oh, I think this is the kind of thing where I used lazy. Yeah, use lazy for this. It is called admin.pem. Lazy is from want cell, right? Want cell sync lazy? Actually, I don't know. Where did I pull lazy from? I'm lazy. I don't remember where I got lazy from. Want cell sync. Want cell sync. All right, everything's happy again, except for this. Wait. Verification algorithm is not satisfied for that. Did I mess that up, the selection of it? Oh, hold on. I think I picked the wrong one. I gotta look at that list again. It's probably this one, right? Verification of signatures using keys of 2000 to 8000 bits. Yeah, so I want this identifier, I think. Okay. And what did it look like? Oh, FS is from standard FS. And there we go. All right. all right. It doesn't verify until verify is called. That's why it doesn't. But I would rather use one where we verify it here. But yeah, so it might fail it might fail when we actually use it. That's okay. We'll fix that later. Okay, I'm just skipping to where we need to use it. Wait, what happened to my bookmark for it? Did I lose my bookmark to it? Oh, sad. I guess I'll have to find it again. So, it's in... Oh wow, I lost all my bookmarks in that file. It was in main.r... Yeah, and then in handle public message. Yeah, somehow we dropped the bookmark there. Okay, so here we go. So we need to take self.adminpublickey.verify. The message is... Oh, I never stored it. We actually need to save a copy of this challenge message. So let's do that. So connection, which needs to be, it is mutable. All right, so connection dot admin challenge equals... Can I fill it directly, actually? Why don't I do that? Why don't I say that is a vector, and we'll just resize to 128 there, and then we'll just get a mutable reference to that, and then slice it here. And then I just need to define that. Go to connection. Oh, that's in connection.rs. All right, and then go to connection, and then put it here. admin challenge is a vector of bytes. All right, which means we need to construct it by default here is a vec new and here again as well. Hey there, Romania Hate. It's going all right. Wait, I missed something. Automod held something. Okay, I'll accept that. Am I too late to accept that message? From Initiative. Okay, Initiative wrote, why can't all languages just not need empty parentheses for if statements? Or need parentheses for statements, not like this. Damn you, JS. And Automod held it. Sorry about that. Buzzword phrase for the style guide no else video mentioned was object calisthenics, if you want some arbitrary rules to argue over at some point. You know what? I do get why people confuse the two a lot. Base64 is quite recognizable. A lot of encrypted data gets stored, transported. Just think of Base64 as a way to represent binary data in a way that you can pass it through something that processes text and it won't corrupt it. That's essentially what Base64's purpose was. It was originally designed for email, so that you can email a file and have it not get corrupted, because the file could be anything, could be any kind of binary or text. Doesn't matter. Whatever it is, you would format it as Base64, it's lossless, and the encoding in Base64, it's all characters that are selected that are pretty much safe to send in an email and it won't get clobbered. So yeah. Base64 was Caesar encryption. What's Caesar encryption? Oh, and or-driven hello. I forgot to say hi. Okay. Okay, so we have the space for the admin challenge to be held. It's private. Let's make it public. Oh, that's maybe a problem that we want to... Do we want to have it go through a function to handle it? I'll deal with it later. Is resize not the right name? Oh, resize takes a new value? 0. We need to slice this, don't we? Or I guess the better way would be do as slice. Can you do as mute slice? Yeah, there we go. As mute slice. Okay, getting there. So the message we want to verify is the admin challenge. Actually, it's this, the first 80 characters of the admin challenge. The signature is the signature. Oh, we need to look up the connection. Right. So if we have a connection, do that. Okay. Right, so it's Base64 decode of this. And I'll put an unwrap there for now, but later we want to probably only do a warning and drop it if it doesn't work. What's the error? Oh. Unwrap as slice. And there we go. And we want to do something with the output. So it would be if... Actually, I guess I can do a match. Match it. Fill arms, please. Come on, Rust Analyzer. You can do it. Okay, okay. I guess right now we'll just do an info thing like admin successfully authenticated. Error though, I want to do a warning. Bad admin authentication response. Received. And then we want to drop the connection. I forgot how I did that in the past. Was it that we need a send a sync message? Where are all my types? Actually, I don't even think I've written any code to handle like how we would close a connection on our own. Oh, it's not a sync message here. It's a work output. Was that in the list here? Oh, it was. Work output. Okay. No, it's not work output. Work message. That's what it was. Okay, so I don't have a work message for closing a connection. Where would I work with that? Self.connections. I guess here, if there's an error, if we couldn't make the connection. Yeah, how many times do I do this? Find all references. Twice? Oh. Is it sufficient to just send a close message and let the WebSocket close? I suppose, What if we send a close and we never receive a close back, though? I suppose we want to send a close and then set up a timer that it had better get closed by a certain point. Otherwise, we want to forcibly remove the connection, right? But yeah, I wanted to eventually end up in handle connection closed. But this only gets called if we receive this work output, and this only happens in connection when the stream reaches the end, which only happens when the WebSocket gets closed. I suppose we can drop the WebSocket. That forces it to close. Actually, I don't even remember this now. I don't remember if dropping the WebSocket forces it to close or not. I think it does. I guess I can just review. Some people say the encrypt stuff in base64 to do... Oh, right. Yeah. When people think that base64 is doing some kind of encryption, I guess in a primitive way it is, because if you don't tell someone that you've encoded as base64 and you just give them the string, if they don't know base64, they might not be able to recover the original message, so it might serve the purpose of encryption for them. But yeah, it's very weak, right? Because all you need to do is guess that it's base64, and now you know the secret. The secret is the algorithm base64. Super weak, right? Just knowledge of which algorithm you used is super weak. Yeah, I think I would agree in general, though, like, it's not cryptography. Yeah, and sort of labeling it, it's like not very nice, not very literate sounding. Guess that's the first thing you start with. Is it base64? Yeah, I wanted to review what happens in my WebSocket implementation if we drop it. Yes, so WebSocket. Impl drop. So it closes the frame sender. Frame sender is coupled with the frame receiver, right? Final references. That sender is coupled to this receiver, which goes into this worker as its first argument, work in receiver. Yeah, so if we close the sender, send frames is going to fall out of this, right? Because the try for each would return an error. So that'll complete that future, which completes the worker. I don't actually think it wouldn't even send a close, and it wouldn't indicate a close then. It would just drop everything. So I don't think I just want to drop the WebSocket. Unless they don't give us a close, like if they don't complete the close handshake, we could just drop it and say, forget you guys. So we want to send a message, wait up to a certain number of seconds, maybe 5 or something, and if we don't receive a close, we just drop the connection, which would drop the web server, which would drop the underlying TCP connection. All right, I think I know what I want to do then. So all the way back. I do need to make sure it goes through this path, though. Yeah, let's definitely make sure it goes through this path. So I need that to be generated. Find all references. Oh yeah, it will, right? Because this split stream will... Oh wait, the WebSocket's not dropped until we drop both the stream and the sync. Ooh, yeah. Hey there, Joe Mega. Yeah, this is the second day of my 2021 streaming. Yesterday was my return to Twitch streaming from a 3-month break. So Romania hate the problem is what you might mean by close, like might be different depending on your perspective. So what I would like to happen here is that I end up going through this code path, because if I might want to do certain kind of housekeeping whenever a public connection is closed. Like I do, if a Realm server gets closed, there's a housekeeping function I do called, like, what do we do when we get a connection dropped from the Realm server? Most of it's just scheduling a future to try to reconnect after a second, right? So I wanted to go through handle connection closed, which it only gets through right now if we if the WebSocket itself says there's no, basically that it's completely closed. With this, it'll only get out of the stream for each when it's completely done. It means we not only sent a closed frame, but we've received a closed frame back. So what if the guy we're connected to just holds on to the connection forever and never drops their end and never sends a closed handshake response? It'll get stuck in this state where it never gets closed. So I kind of want to send a close frame and then give them a grace period of like a few seconds to give us back a close response so that we can properly log it and say that they behaved themselves and they received the closed frame that we sent them, et cetera, et cetera. But if they don't send it back, we don't want it to get like permanently like held in memory as like a stale or zombie connection. We want to just like drop the WebSocket, which causes everything to just be, disconnect, drop like unceremoniously. Thanks, Joel Mega. Glad to be back. I don't know how long I'll be streaming, though, because I might be accepting a job soon. I'm not sure how the impact on my streaming will be. Probably it'll mean that I stream less, but it might be that I have to get approval for the streaming, and in that case, I don't know. I might have to restrict, like, what I stream, which would be kind of sad, but, having a job and getting paid is maybe the compensation for that, right? I hope that they'll accept educational content, at least, so that I can, if I do stream, maybe it's just like learning new things and teaching them. It's not a Rust job. Yeah. Hey there, Resubaka. If it was Rust or job doing Rust, that would be sweet, but nope. I can't really talk too much about it either. It's one of those companies that isn't exactly open source. Must be JavaScript. Let's not narrow it down too much. Suffice to say, it's like not open source software, and so I definitely can't stream the work. So it's just whether or not they'd be okay with me doing other programming in my spare time. And it looks to be like as long as it's not in competition or conflict of interest, it's fine. As long as I get approval and that kind of thing. All right, so I think for now I'll just leave myself a note saying that we'll want a timeout if the other side doesn't complete the close. So for now we'll just expect them to do it. I'm just hitting back button until I get back to where I was. Yeah, so here we can just send them a close. So connection dot send. Do I have a dot close? Oh, the send can be a sync message close, right? Yeah. The sync message close, I can give them a code and a reason. So we'll just do code. Actually, that's a good point that I just made to myself in my head. What close, code, and reason? I know what reason it'll be. The reason would be probably just the same string. In fact, why don't we just let the reason be that? We'll log it and we'll give it back to them. So code is something. Let's just do 1,000 by default, but the reason well, it's string from, right? Or can I do reason into? Would be the best. I can't give them. Must be a string literal. Isn't that what that is? I might be missing a string literal format. What? Oh, okay. So they want me to do something like this. Just to be safe, right? What happened there? That was odd. Okay, what warning am I getting here? Is it telling me that not to use match? You seem to be trying to use match for destructuring a single pattern. Consider using an if let. But I'm not using a single pattern. I'm using OK and error. Is it because I'm not using these things? I suppose I can just turn it. They want me to use an if let then. If let OK. Then do that. Else that. I think that's what it wants me to do. What am I missing here? Nothing. It just took... No, there's still a syntax error here somewhere. Expected expression. Oh, yeah, I'm missing one of... No, I might have one too many. There we go. Okay, I don't know if I want to use code 1000. Okay, what's wrong with this? Oh, right, because this can be more easily expressed as is okay. Okay, so then what code should I use here? Actually, I think I've done this before in the last few weeks, so let me find all the references. Guess not. So 1000 is the normal connection close. It's not a normal connection close, is it? What if I search for code among all Rust files, match length and case? It wouldn't be in WebSocket then, or any part of WebSocket. Probably not Lurker or WS Talk or Autobahn client or server. Not there. Not there. if it's 1005, I need to close it differently. I thought for sure I'd used a non-1000 code. I could be remembering wrong. I don't know where I used it then. Maybe I was dreaming it or something. Okay, so back to here. Last edit. I guess I'll just keep it as 1000. Maybe I'll leave myself a note to do. So we might want to use a abnormal, or use a different close code here. The close code 1000 means generally means that we completed the, how do they word it? It's like we completed the objective of the connection, which isn't necessarily true if the client expected to have the WebSocket remain open. All right, so we're just going to send a close with the code 1000 for now and expect that they're going to close their end, which would cause the connection to go through the handle close connection and get torn down successfully. But I should also put another to do here. I guess open another paragraph to do. This assumes the client will actually close their end. If they don't, the connection will remain open indefinitely. We probably want to set up a timer to drop the connection after some time if it remains open. Smile, you're finally getting your new keyboard. You're getting a Moonlander too? I've heard a lot of people getting the Moonlander. Some of them haven't liked it and they've returned it. So it's different for everybody, apparently. They should be hiring you because of the streaming history. Actually, they didn't know anything about the streaming. That's one thing that's kind of interesting, is when you've been like in a community long enough, like Twitch, you start to internalize things like, oh yeah, everyone knows what Twitch is. We all know what streamers are doing. In fact, we know some of them personally, et cetera, et cetera. And then if you leave that environment and you go out to like other communities, some people don't even know what Twitch is. And if they do, it's like, they think it's gaming. And so it's not enough to say that you're a Twitch streamer that does coding. They might not even like have any experience at all, and wouldn't even care if you told them. They're like, I don't even know what that is. What does that have to do with this job? And almost like you have to pitch them that, hey, you should consider, like, I'm a good fit for this job because streaming involves these things, and like take a look at my stream. And now you're asking them to like learn something new and to spend time watching some VOD. And yeah, it's surprising how actually hard it is to leverage something like the streaming history you might have, because they might not know what Twitch is, they might not know what streaming is, and if they do, they still might not want to spend the time to watch the stream to see. Guessing that your age group is one of the least likely groups. Yeah. I mean, my parents knew what Twitch was, but didn't think that you could do coding on it. And they're technologically more like in the know. I can imagine lots of like I don't think my in-laws know anything about Twitch at all. They would probably think of streaming as they'd be like, is that YouTube? And I'd be like, yeah, sort of like YouTube, but live, because they probably don't even know that there is such a thing as live streaming on YouTube. They just think it's all recordings. Twitch dev streaming, it is tiny, yeah. But if you spend all your time here, you start to think that it's bigger than it really is. It actually is pretty tiny, right? All right. Warn that we couldn't authenticate. So, okay, so this should be good, right? If we get a request to authenticate, we make a token and send it. We save a copy for ourselves. Then if they give us a response, we use our key to verify it. And actually, this could be an error. It's actually, we can just say verification failed. It might be that the key is bad. I wonder if I should include the error here. If I do that, I can't use an if-else. I would have to go back to a match. I can just hope that it works. And I'll come back to, yeah, I have a bookmark here. I'll probably come back here and want to print out more because I bet it's going to fail. But we can just, where's our terminal? We can just, hope for the best here. Cargo build. Small but perfectly formed. Yeah, it's not too big or too small. That's the thing, Pomprov. So you would assume someone that's looking at a candidate would take a look at that, but I found, in my experience, that they don't because it's not easy to consume. They will just want to read a resume and maybe ask you some questions about it, right? Like, they might not even want to spend half an hour watching a video, even if you have like 1,000 hours of video that you put on YouTube saying, this is all examples of my coding. It's still a lot to ask of them sometimes to say, hey, because they want to see a summary. They want to see like read a few paragraphs and then maybe test you with some questions. Okay, so I have a script here to package the build into a zip file that the orchestrator uses to unpack and serve them. So that's why I run that first. And then I run the orchestrator, and hopefully it doesn't crash. Okay, now let's try to talk to it with the front end, which, since I reloaded this, we'd lost the npm. So I got to do another terminal, and I got to go to the UI, and got to do npm run dev. Hopefully that builds. And then I go back to here. Reload this guy. Okay, and then here we're going to try this out. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to install the... Oh, I forgot to install the public key, but it's still loaded. It must be... I must have a copy of the public key in that directory. That must be the case. Let me see that. Stage dir admin.pem. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. I forgot to do it, but I didn't need to do it because it happened to already be there. So key. Hopefully that matches the admin key. It might not, though. Okay, it got closed, so I'm guessing it didn't match. Let's see what the... Oh yeah, bad admin authentication response received. That's what I thought and I was afraid of. That I don't know why it failed. It could be that the key didn't match. It could be that it couldn't load the key. Or it could be that I'm using the wrong function to verify. Or I'm using the wrong structure. It could be anything, right? So, Control C. Let's turn this into a match again. With OK. And error. And here I'm going to actually do something with the error. Yeah, because what I'm going to do is make a string here. Let's, in the end, that is always going to be the reason. But for now, let's just add the error to it so we can see it. Error. So this becomes just reason because we already constructed the string for them. And what did I do wrong here? Oh, I'm missing a bracket. There we go. All right. Now I have another error. Where is the error? No, I don't. Cargo build. Package. Run. And servers are up. And yeah, I don't have a way to retry, so I'm just going to reload. Select the file again. Unspecified. Oh, you guys can't even see it because my head is in the way. I'll Control C. Now you can see it. It says unspecified. So I don't know what the error is. The error is unspecified. I suppose I could verify that the keys match. Because I'm not actually sure if they do. So to verify the keys, I can do... let me find it off stream here for a second, because I don't know what search results are going to show up, but like there's a way to... yeah, okay, that's in the just my tips section. Way to check a private key and a public key, right? So I kind of just want to look at the two keys and see if they match. So the private key we're using is here. Actually, I guess I can just do a diff public.pem with stage admin.pem. Yeah, they're the same. Okay, so then they probably do match, but just to make sure, I can run these commands, right? Open SSL RSA no out text in key.pem. There's the modulus, there's the public exponent, private exponent. Okay. It's the modulus that we care about, right? And the public exponent. No out text in public.pem pub in. So it's just if these match, right? So let's go out.public out.private diff out.public out.private. Yeah. So that actually does match, it's just the prefix is different. And the only thing different then is that the private key has a private exponent and prime numbers and exponents, right? So they do match. So must be either it got corrupted in the transfer from client to server, or I'm not verifying it correctly. So we should probably just print it out here and then compare the signatures first, right? Let's verify the signature made it there, because this actually shows the signature. That's the signature. So we can make sure it gets to the other end correctly by just printing it, right? So that is here. So I can just info or debug it. Actually, info, because I have it set to info right now. Reseed authentication signature. Signature. Cargo build. And then package and stage and run. And reload. Try the key again. Okay, so there's one string. Right? And then here's another, here's what we actually received. They look the same to me, but to make sure, I'm going to say select for compare, compare with selected, and yeah, they're identical. Okay, so the signature got through fine. So that's not the problem. So that narrows it down, right? Well, okay, it's possible the client might not be signing it correctly, I suppose. But I used pretty much the same code that I had in JavaScript, right? I don't suppose there's a way for me to offline verify the signature. Oh, wasn't there some example code in this documentation here showing that? Up here, right? Oh no, that's just to convert things. Okay. I'm suspecting that this public key is not being loaded correctly. I can actually look through that, right? I can just control click on verify here. And then that. Oh, that's going through a trait. It's going through the algorithm trait. Okay. Oh, all right. So here's the complete implementation of it. All it is just holds on to the bytes of the key, and then it passes them along to the algorithm to verify the public key. So it really depends on the algorithm. So that algorithm was right here. Oh no, it was where I loaded the key, right? This thing. Find all references. Following the reference chain. This thing. So I can go to that. To here. To there. Oh, I'm not sure how to get to the RCS PKCS1 ring signature module level definition for details. Maybe I should be looking at that. Yeah, I'm not sure how to find the code from here. This is just the hashing, the hash function. Oh yeah, then I don't know. Back to the documentation. What did it say? Rigged signature. That's what I was looking at, right? This is the module documentation. Yeah. Does not support digesting the message to be signed separately from the public key operation. It's currently being optimized. Okay. I wonder if I have to do the same from PKCS that I had to do for the private key. That might be the reason it's not working. Yeah, that PKCS stuff, right? I wonder if I have to do that. What if I have to load it as an RSA key pair, even though it's only one key? I guess I can just look at this. There. Parses an unencrypted private key. That's, yeah, it's for private keys. This is if it's not inside it. See, I think it might be in one of these wrappers, though. Okay, I don't think that's the right class. So back to signature we go. What if I just try to use this class? Subject public key. How do I make it? There's no way to make one? Interesting. Well, I can't make one. There's no new for it. All right. Going to the web search. So ring rust load public key pem. Oh wait, did I forgot to do the pem loading, didn't I? Okay, I think I know what I screwed up on. I've done this before too. When we load the public key, I need to run it through the pem reader first. I forgot to do that. Shoot. Where did I do that before? That was in the tools? Yeah, I forgot to do this pem parse. I totally forgot to do that. So I gotta do pem parse the file's contents and then unwrap contents. So that, and then a question mark dot contents. And pem we need to add to the cargo. Okay. Cargo, pem. There we go. All right, trying again, I guess. Cargo build. Oh, okay. Yeah, it wants me to not give a reference, but it's gonna own the contents. All right, now package and serve. And go to the client, reload, choose a file. Okay, it still didn't work. Still got unspecified. Shoot. I forgot we're still logging the signature. Well, at least the pem parsed it correctly, right? Let me just log it. So info admin public key. They support debug? No, they don't. Okay, then I will parse it a second time. Cargo build. I did do cargo build before, right? Be embarrassed if that's a step I forgot. Package and serve. Okay, now in the log here, it should have logged it. Actually, I don't see it. Is that the problem? Am I not really rebuilding it correctly? Key. Yeah, it's not in there. It should be in there like before loading game. It should have like, it should have printed that. Oh wait, I did it too soon. I have to do it. I have to do it after I do the logger. Shoot. Okay. Let's do the logger first. Set up the logger and then do this stuff. There we go. Build did an error. No, I just got warnings. Just 3 warnings. Yeah, so there were the, oops, I didn't mean to resize the window. I saw it dumped out the keys there. Thing is that a valid public key? I don't know. So the PEM loader is supposed to extract it out and then run base64 decode on it. Anyway, try again. Wrong thing. Right thing. Reload. You know, one thing I didn't verify is that did we receive the challenge string correctly? Yeah, I should probably verify the challenge. We verified the auth response, but not that it got through, but we didn't verify the challenge. I wish it would say more than unspecified. That doesn't really help. It just says unspecified for the error. Let's go ahead and verify the challenge string. So that would be here, right? Yeah, so we would do like an info. Well, I can do it here. Challenge that. Actually, I can just do the base64 encode, right? Oh, thank you for that, follow. And then on the client side, let's modify that. Where we receive the challenge. Here. So I'll just print it out here. Debug. Yeah, challenge. This decodes it, right? Hold on. I hope I did a base64 decode of the challenge. Challenge. Challenge should be challenge. Oh, I didn't. I'm so dumb. I didn't base64 decode it. Why am I even bothering to base64 encode it at all? It's over binary now. But yeah, that's another problem. Yeah, so I didn't. This is not base64 decoding it before. No, I'm not supposed to base64 encode it, am I? So I shouldn't have sent it base64 encoded in the first place. That's the problem. No, but I said string though. Why did I do that? There's no reason for me to basically. It's over binary, so let me fix that. This should not be a string. It should be a vector. Yeah, so this should just be like vec 68, 69. I can run those self-tests to make sure that I updated that correctly. Yep. Okay, so because it's actually serialized exactly the same way, a string and a vector. It's just length byte and then the contents. So that yeah, I think that's what what one of the problems was, at least, that this was expecting to just receive the raw bytes, because sign with key just takes that challenge array as bytes. This shouldn't even be string, actually. Where is it? Yeah, this shouldn't be as ref str. It should be u8 array. Because we don't even want as bytes. We just want to get a reference. Or as slice. Or do I just take a reference? How does that work again? Oh, it already is a reference. What am I doing? That can just be that. Yeah. Can just be that. All right. So the server side should not in base64 encode it. So back over here, I should not do that at all. And I should not do that either. But this does need to be put into a vector, right? Whoops, how did that happen? Comma. Hey, Uber Unix. I'm back, at least temporarily. How are you doing? It wants a vector, right? So can I just say that to vec? I can, look at that. I can do that. Actually, why don't I just do that out here? Actually, now that I think about it, it already is a vector, right? So why, well, I'll have to at least clone it to put it into the message, so I'll just leave it the way it is. All right, so that compiled the front end already. I just need to rebuild the back end. And we're logging it, right? On both sides to make sure. Package and run. You're quite well, good. About to take a new job on the other side of the country, in fact, so lots of good changes on the horizon. Hey, I'm about to take a new job too, Uber Unix. But yours is on the other side of the country. Does that mean you have to move, or you're going to be able to work remotely? Because I'm going to be working remotely at least to start, but they might be pulling us into the office, so I might have to do some commuting. Hopefully I get to do a hybrid, like work remotely 3 days a week and come to the office 2 days or something like that. That'd be nice. I can't tell too much Uber Unix because it's not like open source. It's a more traditional job, but it's in software. It's can't talk too much about it. I haven't even started yet, but I mentioned it briefly earlier because it might affect the streaming. Because you know, when I start working full time, obviously I can't be streaming at the same time because it's not an open source job. They won't let me. So I'll probably just change the streaming schedule if I can still stream. They might not let me stream. It depends on if I can get the okay to stream, because it's got to pass their, you know, conflict of interest checks, and just to make sure that it won't run afoul of any company policies they might have. First job you're taking where your role isn't entirely remote? Oh, okay. If they say no, just send them to us. So I do copies if they let us watch. Yeah. The problem is it's a company that it's all proprietary software, right? So yeah, they don't think it would work. I'd need to get like really, really high up level approval, and it would be very extraordinary. Okay, so it's running. Let's give it a try. Maybe you're just in time to see this finally work. No, it didn't work. Unspecified. Okay, but what is the challenge? Here's the challenge array. Here are the 80 bytes. So, well, there's the same bytes over here. It looks like they were. Okay, so the challenge is the same. The auth response is the same. Now, did I base64 decode the signature? I hope I did that. I'll be embarrassed if I didn't. Yeah, I did decode the signature. Actually, there's no reason for me to even to encode it at all anymore. Why don't I just remove that too? Just keep it simple, right? So this signature should also be a vector of bytes. Yes. So that will... actually, I'm surprised it didn't change this, because that signature is now bytes. Why? Decode will take bytes? Interesting. Okay, so we're not going to decode it anymore, actually. Okay, and then on the other end, on the front end, we don't want to encode it. Where? Oh, right. Auth response ready. Oh, I never encoded it. Unless sign did. Oh, no, here we did. Yeah, so I don't want to do that. This ready should take a vector of bytes. So that changes a few things, right? So this will be callback of vector of bytes. And so we just want to emit the signature. Oh, thank you for the follow. It's not one of those contracts where they try to claim ownership of everything you do during your period of employment. Not as far as that. It's where they just don't want you to have a conflict of interest. So, like, you're doing some work for them. They don't want you to be doing the same kind of work on the side and, like, basically benefiting from all of the know-how and internal information that you get in order to, like, have a side job or a side competition. I'm sure they're okay with me doing something as long as it has nothing to do with them. Long as I've known Rust for since about, I think my Rust command says. Okay, it doesn't say. So I started learning it on stream around, like, I'd say, what was it, like July of last year? So, like half a year, roughly. You cannot use your knowledge for your own open source projects. No. I actually don't even think they like open source. I wouldn't be able to contribute to open source projects at all without getting approval, because they would have to look at the project and say, yeah, this has nothing to do with what you're doing here for us. So, you know, it would have to be approved. Otherwise, I guess if you don't get approval and they find out later, they can fire you by saying, well, you didn't let us know, you didn't let us evaluate if it was a conflict of interest, because it's part of the usually these companies, like, it's part of their what you sign when you sign the offer. It's like you agree not to do a side project unless you let them know first and get approval. Well, that's just how it is in some of these big companies, though. But I plan to, like, let them know what I want to do and to try to get the approval. If they don't give me the approval, then yeah, we'll have to see why. But, you know, they probably will, because it has nothing to do with them. I don't think they use Rust at all. I'm not sure, but they're definitely not open source or proprietary. So Rust is all open source, right? I guess you could use open source stuff to make proprietary software, but yeah, usually proprietary software houses, they prefer that you use things you pay for and not open source stuff. Non-compete, yeah, non-compete's normal. So as long as I'm not competing, they're probably fine. They would just need to say, okay, yeah, this has nothing to do with us. You can do it. And, you know, I think that's fine. All right, so this is going to okay, I'm pretty sure this won't fix it. It has something else that I'm doing wrong. Probably it's still the public key isn't loaded right. What would be the next step? The next step would be I'll take the private key and extract the public key from it and see what it looks like. So we built, so package and package and then run. And it does print out the, we can verify that matches what we get from the private key if we extract the public from the private. I'll do that next if this still doesn't work. Okay, so there's our auth response in binary. There's what it received, and it looks the same. I'm just looking at the first few and the first few bytes and the last few bytes, and they look the same. And the challenge looks the same as well. So it still says unspecified. So I'm going to guess I'm just not loading the key properly. So then we have the private key, so I can just have it extract the public key from it and print it out. I think. Well, Actually, I'm not sure how we can compare them because this is printing out the public key serialized. It might not be the same as what we get when we extract it from the private key. Okay, we can at least check and see. If it's the same, then I can rule it out. Okay, so then where do I get that key? I think I'll just load it. I can do that in the front end, actually. Yeah, why don't I just do that in the front end? So here, where we load the key. Not here. Here. Right here, where we have the key, right? Why don't we just Oh, this is with a different library. Okay, so I think what I'll do is just copy the stuff I had from this other tool. Where was it? Right here. This. Yeah. Just grab this and put it in the back end. I guess we can just do it in the main. Main, where are you? There you are. Okay, so that's the public key. So we'll just paste here. Let private key is that. We're just going to load from this. I'll just load. It's the same key. It's just copied, right? Let me verify that. Diff key.pem with the test key.pem. Same. All right. And that is different from the public. Yes. Okay. Just verify. Okay. And so this would need to be unwrapped. At that point, it's an RSA key pair, so I can say that dot. Hey, I need to go back to their instructions. How did they extract it? They don't. Oh, no, they call... Wait, what? Oh, I wonder if has something to do with it. Maybe the signature... Okay. Maybe the signature has to have a certain length. That's the public modulus length. I guess I could verify that what that is. Sure. What's the public modulus length? Info. Admin public key modulus. There. And then given that, what do they do here? Okay, yeah, so they make sure that the signature, when they call sign, that they give it an array that's of that length. And what did I do? Oh, I did it in JavaScript, so it probably made it the correct length. I guess we could verify. So let me... when we get the... what am I trying to say? When we... In implementation of Realm Server, when we handle the public message and we get the signature, it should be the same length. So let's say info signature length. We'll just verify it. Signature dot length. But back in main, I kind of want to see, can I get the public key from the private key? I thought there was a way to do it, but maybe I need to look up RSA key pair. I thought there was something in here to get the public key out. I guess we could sign it and see if we get the same signature. Right? Yeah, why not? Previous employer tried to claim their legitimate area of business interest for the not-compete term was all software. Yeah, that's sort of lame, isn't it? It's like saying, like, all creativity. That you can't compete, well, you can't do anything creative because our business is being creative. It's like, wait. You're not paying for all of my creativity. You're just, you know, paying for whatever your company actually does. Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering, there could be something to do with this. I could be like, because I'm signing it from JavaScript and then checking it in Rust, there might be a mismatch in what actually goes into the signature or the digest. I kind of do want to just have it signed at the moment. So we can do that here, right? Where we generate the challenge, we can also sign it ourselves. So, well, that would involve that I save it somehow. So, admin private key. Yeah, this is an RSA key pair. Actually, then I don't need to, oh, I know, I didn't have a type implicit, it's implicit type. So, okay, we're good. So then, yeah, here, admin private key is an RSA key pair. All right, and then put it there. Shoot, what did I just do? Admin private, I'll just type it again. RSA key pair. All right. Import it, please. Signature. All right, so then we have the key, so we can sign it ourselves. So connection dot, no. Self dot admin private key dot sign padding algorithm. We do the same algorithm that we do to verify, right? So it would be, where is it? It's in main, I guess. I need to flip-flop between these two a lot. It's this guy, right? Oh no, that's not the padding algorithm. I guess it is the padding algorithm. Do they have an example of it? Must be exactly, okay, yeah, so we need to prepare a signature in advance. So let's mute signature check. Or actually, there's only one signature, so it's a 0 length of the self.admin private key.public modulus length. So this is mutably borrow the signature. This returns a result, so I need to well, unwrap it, I guess. We'll know if there's an error. What's the RNG? Oh, I remember this. When did I run into this before? Like, some algorithms need a random number generator, but others don't, so I can say none or something, right? Or I can, there's like a placeholder you can use here. Be used. I can't remember now. Have I used this before? I have. Oh, no. That's a different kind of sign. Oh, here we go. Where did I use this? Oh, okay. So I did do this before here. Oh, all right. This is different. Interesting. Okay, so I'd want to use that instead. Okay, actually that fixed a warning. Okay, so the message is the challenge. This specifically. Okay, so I do need to have a random number generator even though it's not really used. So it's fine. What's wrong with this? Oh, so I can't make a vector. Vec, I guess. Yeah, all right. So then we can print it. Info expecting signature. Signature. All right, so build that. Package and serve. It loaded, so that means that we were able to get the public key. So there's the public key modulus is 512. And it didn't crash, so we apparently we do have the what am I trying to say? It was able to load the private key as well and get them. So the modulus is 512. All right, so then time to try again. Reload. Choose file. Okay, so what did our server tell us? The signature length is correct. It's 512. Here's the expected signature. Here's the actual signature. It actually looks the same. Is that exactly the same? Okay, so the signature is correct. It's just the way I'm verifying it is wrong. I really want to diff them to make sure, though. So there's the expected signature. All right. And then the actual. And then select for compare with selected. Oh, I'm gonna have to join them, I think. Okay, so it's only 5 lines, so it's not too bad. So just join the lines together into one long line, and then other one. Whoops. Whoops, what am I doing? That's one file. The other file. Somehow I got back to the first file. Okay, now select for compare selected, and they're the same. Okay, so everything is good except for the final step. The verification is giving me an unspecified error for some reason. The signature is correct, which means that the public key is not correct, or the algorithm's wrong. That's the only thing it could be, right? If the signature is what we expect, Can I verify with the private key then? Just to make sure that the signature is valid? Close, no. Close, no. I guess I could, right? So what if I use the public key? Does it have a verify? It does have a verify. No, what am I doing? It did say public. Private key. There's no verify. So I need to figure out how to use the RSA key pair to verify a signature, if I can do that. There's sign. So how are we supposed to verify it? I don't know. I guess we'll look for verify. Huh. What's this? Public key components. How do we get that? Wait, what? This function can be used to pass in the raw bytes for the public key components as untrusted input arguments. Oh, that's the exponent and I forget what N stands for. Oh, public exponent, public modulus. So if we knew that modulus and exponent, we could just plug them in directly. And then we could use verify. But that's a pain in the butt. How the heck do I get an RSA parameters? I'm kind of lost. This is what I've been using, and it's not working, right? And I'm guessing it's because the either the verification algorithm, I'm giving it the wrong one, or the bytes isn't valid. Thanks for the follow. The message is there. The signature is there. We've verified the signature length is correct. It's 512, which should match the, what they say is the public key modulus, 512, which you can't see because my head's in the way. But it is the same. Okay, so what am I missing? The algorithm being different? Yeah, this could be wrong, or this could be wrong. Hey there, Tim. How are you doing? I'm trying to figure out what bug I have here in verifying an RSA signature. I'm either like picking the wrong algorithm or I'm not parsing the public key file correctly. Doing one or the other incorrectly. You're doing great that you found that I'm online? Well, thank you, Tim. I've been playing around with making my front-end app of my game in Rust, so like this looks the same, only it's all made by WebAssembly, compiled from Rust. Everything's rusty now. You guys should watch Tim. He is making all sorts of creative games, showing the entire process of doing indie game development, whereas I haven't streamed in 3 months. Wonder when you'll figure out that Rust is metal and that it falls apart. Yeah. Like, you probably wouldn't want to race a car when it's all rusted out, right? So yeah, there's something, I have a bug here somewhere. I'm trying to use this public key to verify a signature that the front end made, and the signature is correct. We verified the signature is correct because I had it sign it, this back end sign it itself and say what signature is expected and what it is actual, and they're the same. So it's the verify is returning an unspecified error, and the only other inputs are the algorithm to use and the actual contents of the key. So I'm either parsing it wrong or I'm giving it the wrong algorithm. So there was a difference between a few of these things, right? That and handle WebSocket, handle game public message. Yeah, this. That looks like I already had a bookmark. We use that when we sign and when we sign it on the back end to see what the expected signature is. So this expected signature and this actual signature are exactly the same. Only one's computed by the front end, one's computed by the back end. So I think it's correct. Problem is this verify is returning an error. We're getting down this path and it says the reason is unspecified error. So there's something wrong here or in the construction of that. So can I use that over here? No, it has a problem with that. It says it doesn't implement verification algorithm. But that's the same except for the key length range, right? Maybe the key not the right size? Could that be the problem, that the key is the wrong size? I had that bookmarked, right? Yeah, this. Let's look at the public key. It is admin. It's 4,096 bits. That certainly is between 2,048 and 8,192, right? There's the modules and exponent. So I guess one thing we can do is verify that we're reading it incorrectly. So that was down. That was right here, actually, this pem parse. I'm actually printing it out, and so it shows up on the console here at the very beginning. This. That might be invalid. I might not be understanding what we're expected to provide here. Unparsed public key. I don't know what it expects. It says to look at these examples, and the examples show code here where they read peer public key bytes. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't see that. You can do public key as ref. Okay, I could try that. And then we should be able to see the bytes. Let me look at that. Because we have we extracted the public key. What am I thinking of? Oh no, I didn't extract the public key. We just used the private key to sign. But right, so I can then right here, I can extract the public key and then just print it out. So that's this. Let public, well, admin public key bytes equal that. What do we get? We get an error. No method public key found in RC key pair. Well, shoot, how did they do it then? That's what I'm doing from PKCS8. So, what am I missing here? Why does it say there? RSA key pair, there's no method public key. This says that there should be. Is it a version problem? This says 0.16.20. I'm on 0.16. So what am I not understanding? The following trait is implemented but not in scope. Oh, there we go. Qualify with cast. There we go. That's what I'm missing. Basically, it's available as what is this? It's provided by a trait, not by the actual class or the structure. A trait provides it. So it's a blanket implementation for a trait, and we just needed to either bring it into scope or explicitly prefix the name of the function with that trait name. Okay, so now I can dump this out. Info. Public key should be this stuff. I have no info. Oh, we can't debug that? What is the type of this? What did they do then when they used it? Oh, they did as. That's what I did. As ref. What does public key return? Hold on, what? Why doesn't it take a... Oh, I forgot the macro. Thank you. Nasrazim CF TV? Probably butchered your name. Hello, thank you. Cargo build. I appreciate it. Let me give you a couple points. You can't do anything with the points yet, but maybe in the future I'll do something with my bot. Okay. Built, package, running it. Reload this guy because I don't have a retry button yet. Alright, so what did it say? Public key should be that. That. Alright. Let's join these lines. Alright, that's what it should be. And we printed out what it actually is on the front end, right? No. I printed out... Where did I print it out? Oh, at the beginning of when it ran. Right, admin public key. Here it is. It looks the same to me. I'm going to be baffled if it doesn't. If it matches, then I'm going to sort of be like out of ideas of what it could be. All right. Compare. Oh, actually, look, it looks different. There is a difference. Oh, shoot. That's it. I'm not loading the public key correctly then. Select for compare. Compare selected. Yeah, they're different. They are different. Wish it showed me an easier difference, a way to show the difference. But yeah, I could see it with my eyes. If I flip between these two. That fourth byte, they're different. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah. Then I am not loading the public key correctly. Place spaces with new lines. These are actually raw key values, I'm pretty sure. This is not ASCII at all. See, it's got 2s in there. So... And I'm pretty sure that this 101 at the end is the... what they call down here, the exponent, 101, right? 101, that's the exponent. So it's like, I think it's just the raw exponent and the raw modulus. So we should have 00C1 in here, but the problem is I'm showing it in decimal and not in hex, but yeah, it's not the raw modulus, is it? It's some other format. So I got the format wrong. Maybe the way I'm parsing it, it's just the wrong format somehow. When you compare them in the editor, replace spaces with new lines. Yeah, I guess so. We could do that. Boom. And wait for it. Boom. Difference. Yes, so, okay. They are the same, except for this has got a long prefix. Is that it? That's it. Nui, you're amazing. Okay, so the problem is there's some kind of weird prefix on the second one. Which one is that? That was weird. Was I in the... What window was I in when I did that? I don't know. The one that has one... The fourth byte is where they were different, right? Yeah, 2 versus... 10 versus 34 in the fourth byte. So 34 is the one we loaded, which is probably wrong. So it should... It's this public key should be with a 10. Okay, so which one was which here? The 34. So, yeah, there's an extra prefix on the one we loaded from file. Well, I wonder how that happened. I guess it's a problem with the PEM reader? Maybe. Let's look. So this is wrong somehow. This PEM parse. Double? No, there's just an extra. These bytes here are all extra. They're added on. So left-hand side is what it should be. Right-hand side is what we loaded from the public key file, right? So it's just longer with this extra prefix. Well, the extra prefix started with the same byte by coincidence, right? So it had an extra 24 bytes at the front. You can see that with the lengths being different by 24, right? But yeah, they're the same bytes, including, I believe, this is the exponent at the end, the 101. But I don't know how they encode the modulus, but yeah. 24 extra bytes. Is that a clue that there's exactly 24 extra bytes? I don't know. Looking at the code, could it just be some bug in this PEM parse? This admin public key file is just admin.pem. And that is the same file we verified. Matches. Yeah, I verified that earlier. So what is maybe something in PEM parse? This was tested for private keys. I wonder if that's the problem. What's ASCII armor? It's just a regular expression. Captures, yeah. What does that look like? Begin something to end something. Let me look at the actual file, admin.pem. That's the actual public key. Actually, we can manually decode this, right? Just look for a base 64 decoder. Paste that. Decode. Oh, but I want bytes. I want ASCII. Okay, not the best one. Let's pick a different one. What? Oh, that's just saying it can't be decoded as UTF-8. How do I say it's not UTF-8? I want to like binary. How about to binary? Decode. Why does it want text? I don't understand that. Wouldn't you decode to binary? Yeah, I just can't. I don't remember where my favorite one was. It was the ultimate one. Let's start it. Paste. Decode. That's a really tiny window. Okay, so now I'll have to, okay, the fourth byte is 22 hex. That's decimal 36. 34. 34. Okay, so there is an extra bit of garbage in there, isn't there? Why? Why extra 24 bytes? What's significant about those 24 bytes? So these bytes. What is that? 24 bytes. Can I base64 encode? Ah, that's okay. It's this right here, right? You can see the beginning. So this is extra. What is that? There's save file on the website below it. Yeah, I don't think I need to though. Yeah, is that Timbo dead? With the space? No, I think it's got to be something related to like the format of the body, right? So what did I tell the thing that it was back a few times? Actually, just go to main. To this main, right? Oh. Is it the PKCS header? Could that be the problem? So, when we load this in JavaScript, what do we do? Utilities. Yeah, we tell it's in a PKCS8 wrapper. I bet you that's the problem. Hey there, just Osophy. Hello, just Osophy. That's okay. It's easier than some. I'm pretty sure it's this PKCS header. Okay, then now I've reduced the problem down to what I believe is that their example shows loading from a key pair, which I don't want to do. I just want to have the public key on the server. I don't want the admin private key there. But so how do I load a PKCS public key? Because this wants just the bytes that we've already loaded. Maybe I do need to use that other struct that I found. This subject. Actually, I just don't know how to get this one though. There's no do I have to like construct it manually? Is that what this is leading me towards? I hate the idea that I have to do that. There's got to be a way to do this. Google search, right? Ring Rust. I did this before, right? Why didn't I find the answer? Yeah, right here. Did I just not look at the examples? See, this is, again, extracting them from a private key. That's not what you want, right? That's not what I want. This is just a copy of the documentation. I don't want that. This is other languages like Java. Come on, I want it in Rust. This is probably not going to be in Rust. Yeah, which language is this? Java? Using pure Java. X509 encoded key spec. Is that what it, do they, I mean, could they have something like that? Nope. Worth a try though. Yeah, it's this it's this prefix. But that's not any help. Yeah, well, Silent Z, the problem is in the Rust tools I made before, it was always signing, it was never verifying. So the signing I was just looking at, lib.rs, this one down here, we were only doing sign, we were never doing verify, so it wasn't a problem. And to get the key, we have this method available from PKCS8. Ring doesn't seem to have a from PKCS8 for a public key. From PKCS8. They have it for a key pair, for key pairs, but not standalone public keys. I'm going to guess that this won't work for just a public key. That it'll only work for a key pair. I mean, I guess I could try it. Could try it, right? So, back in the main, I could just try this down here. Public key again. We can alias. We can. Actually, I don't want to. How about public key? From PKCS8, and then just read that same the same one. But I think this is going to end up crashing here. Well, I guess we can just print it anyway. Actually, I don't even need a name. I just need to put it into an info like that. Key from PKCS8. So I think this is just going to crash if I try it. But why not? Why not do it? Cargo build. Build. Package and run. It's probably crashed right away, right? Yep, it crashed. So running it manually. Realm server Candinal 10. Yeah, so it's an invalid encoding. So that method can't be used to load a public key. It can only be used to load a key pair. So I'm kind of stuck because I don't know how to load a public key from PKCS with Ring. Why would you want to load the public key? Because we're using the public key to verify signatures. I don't want the backend to have the private key. I want to keep the private key in one place. It's very important for security, right? Don't expose your private key. The server, all it needs to do is verify a signature made by with the private key, but it doesn't need the private key to do that. It just needs the public key. Maybe the point of this is that Ring, the way people who use Ring usually have the whole key pair and they don't have just the public key part. And if they, but their examples showed that. No, their example showed it getting it from the key pair. They don't have any example of how to make one of these from a raw public key. Yeah, we'll figure it out though. Oh, wait a minute, this is different. Public key path. Wait. Huh? How come one example they got it from the key pair, and the other example, they loaded it from a file, but they don't show the file name anywhere here. Oh no, it's just a parameter. I bet this won't work though, because this wants the raw on. Well, I guess I could try. Yeah, we can try. What I think what they're saying is don't parse the public key at all. So just do that. And that's a problem because it needs to be borrowed, right? Or am I missing? Actually have some extra characters in there. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work either, but give it a try. Yeah, that was a syntax error. And I've already lost the line I was on. This one, right? No, it's down here. Oh, because this should be that. It's generic over that type, and we want the type to match. Package and run. So it'll load, but it'll probably verify. It probably won't work again. Well, we can try. Yeah, it didn't work. It closed our connection. So the signature doesn't match, right? No, the signature should match, but our key would be wrong. Public key should be that. Oh, I'm not printing it out. Yeah, the key is we need to get these bytes out of that file, right? So to keep coming back to. And we almost have those bytes, it's just that we have that header in front that we need to strip off. And pem parse isn't enough. I don't suppose it's something that pem actually gives us. I believe your pem is subject public key info form, not the RSA public key is needed by ring. 24 seeing is the subject public key info header. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the technical answer, yeah. The what the JavaScript does to extract that, I believe, is what is happening where? Let's show it. Where was it? It was... Oh, no. What am I thinking of? Hold on. No. No. I'm confused now. Where did I use the public key for? I did it in C++. There's where I used it. Where did I load it? I might not have that open anymore. Just look for admin.pem in CPP. Admin public key file name. Set admin public key. This thing. Configure, right? Oh, wait. Configure from string. Oh, did I have to do this manually myself? I might have had to do this. Pem read bio public key. Right. Yeah, if it didn't read as a public key, I would read as a private key. Yeah, so I guess what am I using here? This is from OpenSSL. It just does everything that we want it to. So if I go into there, it does ASN1 read bio, PEM bytes read bio. We're going down the rabbit hole here. But here's where it's looking for begin. I think it just figures out that, I don't know where it, yeah, I don't know exactly where it happens, but they must like interpret the structure in some way. Okay. Oh, was that part that I didn't read very well? Okay, yeah, okay. Then I misunderstood this. I thought that this is just talking about decoding the base 64, right? The where is it? This. I thought that when they talked about doing this, that it was basically just take this, strip off these lines, and base 64 decode that, and you're done. But I think you're right. They're saying not only do that, but take this decoded string of bytes and extract a substructure from it. That is a substructure like of that. But what was misleading to me is when they say begin public key, I thought that they meant that that format is just PEM. But you're probably right. There's this additional step. So I guess I could do that. I hate having to do that, though. Just for this one application. I'd rather keep it in PEM and then extract it at runtime. Might be able to use a better PEM parser. It gives you the public key, not just the raw data if you don't want to change the key format. Yeah, that's what I was about to look in PEM to see if it happened to be there. But I doubt it, right? I think this is really bare bones. Yeah, it's just parse. It's just like really bare bones. They don't actually interpret the data in its ASN.1 and say, oh yeah, you want the whole thing or just some substructure. Which is what the OpenSSL stuff kind of did for me. Yeah, they support this if you have multiple bodies. Yeah. That's about it, right? Okay, so PEM library is not going to be good enough, so maybe I'll just punt for now and extract the data we need and call it a day. Because this only needs to be done on the server, right? And I only need to do it. I only need to do it when I want to add a new key. It does make the process of adding a new key somewhat manual, unless I were to have OpenSSL on the server and actually ran that in a subprocess. I'd rather just figure out the ASN.1 encoding and do it myself. Or it would be really a really hacky way to do it. Just chop off the first 24 bytes. Assuming it's always exactly 24 bytes, which I guess would be a horrible assumption, right? Or, what we could do is, no, that would also be an ugly hack. I was thinking if you had access to the private key, you can say what the size of the public key should be, and then chop off the excess from the front. But that's also a hack. Okay, let me not hack this. Let's just run the stupid command. So OpenSSL RSA pubin, which is admin.pem, and then inform pem RSA public key out. Let's just call it dir. Oh, it needs to be outform dir first. dir out admin.dir. Okay, and then I'm gonna copy the dir to the other servers. All right, now we're gonna change this so that I don't need to pem read it anymore. So this goes away. That just turns into that. Right? And then this changes to dir. And then we call it a day. Not literally, but we just go with the solution for now. I really hate this solution. Package run. Oh, wait, it crashed. What did I do wrong? Oh, I had this still in there. Sure, let's just fix that. Build, done. Package and run. Okay, we're loaded. Reload, choose private key. Oh, we didn't get disconnected. I think we passed. Yay, look at that. Successfully authenticated. All right. So if I scroll up here, I'll see that indeed this has the fourth byte is a 10. Oh, you can't see that. Okay. So you're right. So I should give points to Trins. 10 points. Thank you, Trins. You hit the solution. All right. Lesson learned is this documentation did give me the right answer, but in a way that I didn't quite understand. It's a little misleading when they say, when they mix PEM and then they give that example, because PEM and that have really nothing to, well, I guess this implies that structure, right? But this, I got really confused between just decoding a PEM and then separating these two from each other, like one being a subset of the other. So that, I think, could be improved in my opinion. And then the fact that the library doesn't actually support doing that at runtime, it's maybe, I should have guessed that by the fact that they had to say this in the first place. This is, they're trying to tell me they won't do this for me, so I have to do it myself, which is sort of weird. But they could probably improve this by having another method of unparsed public key that included the, or I guess if we could give the entire subject public key, that would be nice, right? Well, thanks, Trins. I'm about to wrap up the stream anyway, now that I got this done, and I've been going for 3.5 hours. So yeah. I just need to clean this up and check it in. But thank you again for hitting on the right answer. Okay, yeah, so what do I want to do first? I want to clean up all the debugging crap we put in. Starting from main, sure. This is fine. This I don't need. I definitely don't need to do this, right? We're in the back end. I don't want to be loading any private key. I don't want that. We don't want a private key there. No private key. All right, and then I need to go there to remove it again. Okay, and then so we're not going to say what the public key should be. We're not going to actually sign it and say what the expected signature is. We're just sending the challenge, right? And we're, do I need that? I don't think I need that anymore. Because I'll see it if I want on the front end. Or in the on the wall. That was just to make sure that there's nothing funny going on in the WebSocket. This I don't need either. I do want to figure out the close code. I probably want to use like a vendor reserved code or something. Because I could then interpret it on the front end as like, oh no, it was an abnormal close. It's not a normal close. I do want to not hard code that. Interesting. So if I put 80 there, is that going to break? Oh, before I wasn't passing a slice, right? I was passing an array. Actually, what was I doing before that this had a problem? Interesting. So actually this worked. Didn't need to make 128. Let me verify that. Cargo build that. Okay. Reload. PEM file. Okay, cool. And then, yeah, so this is now back to where I want it to be. I just want to see if it's successful or not. I bet that error really won't work. Actually, I can test that. Reload. Let's give it a different file that's not even correct. The other one the other test key, which is different. This key should be different. Yeah, so what do I get from there? Okay, yeah, so that error is just like not useful at all. So I don't want it. It's worse than having it. Like this is meaningless. So the error doesn't matter because it doesn't help. We're just gonna say yeah, the reason that's the reason. Okay, that took way too long to change the color there. And so this needs to be then reason into because it's needs to be owned. Actually, to owned is a better way of saying that, right? And then because I'm no longer using the codes at all, I can just say if it's okay, then do that. Otherwise, do this. And remove some of those. Wow, it's taking Rust Analyzer a bit of time to update. Don't know why. Okay, continuing cleanup. That is unrelated. Need to go back and fix that at some point. What's being used that we don't need? RSA key pair. Don't need it. All right, and then that's probably good for the back end. Build it once more. Package. Deploy. Okay, so front end cleanup. Here, right? We don't need sending auth response. We don't need auth, well... Yeah, let me look at this. What do I actually want? Oops, I just it recompiled it, so now we lost it. What here is important? What here is interesting? What's not? This was from yesterday. I guess I don't need it anymore. This stuff. That's on that we don't really need. What else here? Connecting to server. I want to keep that. I don't need opening WebSocket though. Don't need that. It's recompiling again. Okay, this message, the raw message, I don't really need that at all. I don't think I ever needed that. I could have gotten that from the network tab anyway. So where was that? In line 170. Yeah, so we don't need that. And then I don't need to see the challenge either. Oh, did it just get closed? Oh, all right, I was giving it the wrong key. Let's go back and pick the correct key this time from localhost. Okay, cool. Info versus debug. Do I really care right now? Let's just make that an info and call it a day. So they're all consistent. I don't know why I made that a debug though. 171 from lib. It doesn't really matter, right? I'm just gonna make it info to be consistent for now. I think when I get closer to putting this into production, I'll want to keep it info if I don't want it stripped out in production, and debug if I do want it stripped out in production. So there we go. Successfully authenticated. Oh, there was one last thing I wanted to do. Yeah. So, it does close correctly. Okay, so when we authenticate, the whole point of that whole authentication is to change the how we mark that connection to say that it's authorized, right? So in implementation of Realm server for handle public message, if it successfully authenticates, we want to actually change the connection peer. Oh, I don't have a way to set it. Oh, right. I was going to use methods for that. So well, let's make a new method called identify as admin. Okay, and then I will need to add that. So back to connection. Impl connection, identify as, so we go here, right? Pub function identify as admin. Mute self, no other arguments, and it's always going to succeed right now because it's just going to be, because it's already, well, really it's not just identify as admin, it's make it, we know it's an admin. Okay, let me change the name here. Admin confirmed. Or admin authenticated as admin. I need to be careful about the wording of these methods. Do I use the word set anywhere? Or send, peer, new. I guess we can say, set authenticated admin, or set admin. Set admin. Why not? Self.peer equals peer admin. So I'm adding here admin. That's gonna, because I added another variant of peer, that's gonna, every time I have a match, oh, remove arrow. Every time I have a match, it's gonna necessitate another arm. So peer admin error anyhow. Admin attempted to identify itself as orchestra. Well, it's really just repeating this, right? and putting the word admin here. Yeah, these are things that don't make sense, so I want them to be returned as an error. So an admin shouldn't identify itself as a realm server. Right here. What else? Probably in main, yeah. Okay, so when a connection so here's where we would want to put side effects for if the admin disconnects. Right now, I'm not going to do anything other than saying that the admin disconnected. Admin connection closed. Connection ID. And then the next one is handling a public, right, so if we get a public oh, wait, what's happening here? Oh, right, I just made it set admin, right? Okay. Yeah, down here. If we get a WebSocket message from the admin, right, so I'm going to add that here. Peer admin. So similar to this. So it's going to be still a client message, right? Only handle, it'll be game admin message. Actually, you know what? We could just use game public message and then just say whether or not they're an admin. Actually, they'll just look it up again, right? What to do? Yeah, I think I'll just combine the two. So if it's, yeah. We'll just have handle game public message configured out. So this would be that, whoops, peer admin or public message. Oh, no, public. So then this can just handle it like, in fact, this we can collect together, right? What if can I just pass the connection? Why not? We're already borrowing it mutably, right? Yeah, we're already borrowing it mutably. Why not pass it through? Do I need the connection ID? I don't know, but let's just pass the connection. So back to here. This can just have the connection, mutable reference to a connection. And then I don't need to do this stuff. And that actually outdents one. Oh, that hasn't been imported yet? Okay. I guess we don't need the connection ID, so dropping it. Or do I want to use it in messages like this? Like, this is connection 8. I might want to say 8 admin successfully authenticated there instead of that. Hold on. That is called from here. Yeah, all these messages have this prefix on them. I think I should include that here. So that would be connection ID. Connection ID. So now we're still using connection ID. Perfect. Okay, now what's wrong down here? Oh. Can't borrow self mutably more than one time. Okay, that's probably why I had to do that. 783. Yeah, okay, so we can't provide the connection and then go back to self. That's the problem. This lives too long now. That's why I had that. Okay, so then, really I ought to have this be done by the connection, shouldn't I? For now, let's just remove it. We'll go back to, well, I can just have this done at the top level of that function. That'll solve that. So, it's going to indent at one level. I hate it. I hate it. But oh well. This, yeah, let me put a note. To do. Refactor so that we don't need to look up the connection again. Actually, we know that we should get there, so I might as well just say let connection equal that unwrap and remove that. It's still a code smell that I have to do that with the unwrap. So we don't need to look up the connection again. The problem right now is that this method, well, let's be explicit. Handle game public message is called while the connection is being borrowed. Well, is called after the connection is borrowed. If we were to extend that lifetime to pass it in here, we would be borrowing from self twice, which is not allowed. Probably the solution has to do with decoupling the connection from self. It could be that handling the message is just something the connection does. The reason I have it in self, which is Realm server right now, is it ends up going to things like the RNG, admin public key. So I would have to like have some way to sever that from the Realm server as well, and provide it to the connection when it's used. Like I need to refactor how we manage the state between the connection and the Realm server. Right now, connection only has state for one connection, right? What's the challenge we gave it? What features do we cancel if we're no longer want to connect or stream to it? And what to use for log target? What kind of peer it is? And then what do we use to send messages? What was that? What are these messages? Oh, right. I had actually, I forget what this was. This might be the reason why they're coupled incorrectly. It's because to do things like closing the connection or sending a private or public message, you couldn't just do it in the connection class. You had to send it into a sink, and then Realm server would do it. But the connection ought to have the WebSocket in it and then not need to do that, right? Or if it would just do it locally with its own future of some kind. Anyway, I gotta fix that. Right now, I think this will do. So I had another error. Oh, no, it doesn't take... Oh, I just need to remove this. All right, and then let me remove this warning. We don't need connection anymore. Those I'll handle later. Let's just compile it. One more test, and then I'll check in, and then I gotta wrap up the stream, because I gotta take off. Package... serve... All right, running. It's... Now that it's closed, can I open it again, or is this going to be a problem? Yeah, it doesn't, like, reopen yet. Maybe I'll fix that tomorrow. Ooh, we crashed. Invalid byte? Did I load the wrong file? I might have loaded the wrong file. I probably loaded the wrong file. Yeah, it's working. Cool. Right, let's check it in. So, I forgot to do this yesterday. I ended the stream without checking files in, which is a no-no. I got to show you the whole process. In fact, I should be doing this more often during the stream, not have one giant commit at the end. But it's fine. We'll just say work in progress. Oh, wait, actually, we can just say admin authentication system. So, okay, so don't base64 encode auth challenges or responses, since we're serializing over a binary channel anyway. Right? Don't need to do that. All right. That was that. So these are all good. Cargo toml change. Okay, we pulled in all the things necessary to do the crypto, random number generation, all that stuff. Okay, so identify connections as admin once they successfully authenticate. That's this line. All right, so hold on to admin auth challenge while actually once we're done we should probably clear it because there's bytes we don't need. It doesn't matter. Hold on to admin auth challenge while waiting for client to authenticate. All right. Right. Handle public connection messages differently from private connection messages. Do you need the PEM dependency any longer? I don't know. PEM was in Realm server. You know, a good check for that is just to remove it, right? Probably not. Well, I think I'll need it later, but yeah, I probably don't need it now. I'll add it back in a second if it actually is needed. But we probably don't need it, right? What else? That was it for that. Okay, here. Right, so construct auth challenge if a client claims to be admin. Right, so and verify auth response at verify response signature to admin auth challenge. Yeah, that's handling it correctly. Blah blah blah. Okay, so load admin public key on start. Okay, to do. I guess it's probably not the best place to put it, but to do we should. Actually, no, it doesn't. Well, no. If at runtime, if I need to change the key, I need to. Well, actually, it's load. It can be loaded initially from a file, and then I can reload it later. So I don't need to. I can just say load initial admin public key on start. There has to be something initially there, but I could replace it at runtime, right? So then, it's that. Okay, in the front end. So this is all back end actually. Well, this is common. Back end, front end. Front end. Front end, front end, front end. So, answer auth challenge by responding with a signature using admin private key. That's if we have a private key. If we don't, we just ignore it. Right, so claim to be admin when connected to server. And we should say I guess it should say in common clean up debug messages no longer needed. This is sort of a bad thing for me to do. Maybe I should leave them in there, but make them traces or something, but I'm just lazy. Hold on to admin private key while authenticating. Probably, yeah, another thing is I could drop the key once we're done authenticating. That's basically it, right? That's it for that. I should say log consistently with info for now. Clean up later. Because I want to go back to using debug for stuff that I don't really need anymore. I'm being too lazy about that. I should just decide when as I write that stuff. Okay, what else? What's different here? Oh, right, that has to do with the common change. We're not encoding anymore. All right, did it build? Yeah, so we didn't need, you're right. You're right, null pointer reference. We didn't need that PIM. So all these changes are good, right? No more bullets. Done. Commit. Push. And we're done. I gotta take off, so hopefully that push actually works. There we go. I gotta find someone else to host now. Who to host? Hosted Chris yesterday. I don't know. How about we'll host Strager? Strager's usually pretty good about... oh, I don't mean to be playing that. Strager's usually pretty good at like helping answer programming questions. Oh, thanks, Utsby. Yeah, the vet's coming up. See you, Jomega and Nui and Radon 90. Thanks for being here. Thank you for putting up with my struggles. Let's see what Strager's up to. But I gotta head out soon after the raid. So I hope you guys enjoy. I'm not actually sure what he's working on today. Looks like he's doing stuff with Android. That's interesting. Connecting with ADB. All right. Hope you guys enjoy it. I will see you maybe tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow. Take care until then, all right? Bye.